And we're live. It's so strange not playing the intro. It's after a year and a half. But it's hump day, and we're here, kinda.
Kinda?
Huh?
What do you mean, kinda?
Well, like you're probably fully here, but it's the winter. I mean, the winter. It's the allergy time of year for me, so I'm all like, And then my sleeping pattern, which is not normal. So how's everybody doing? Well, that's
Well,
great. That's great. Good to hear all y'all.
all,
How you
all
doing?
one, all one that are two now that have poked in. We've got a couple on the YouTube side, and where is everybody on the D Live side? We got about 10 over there. Trovo, by the way, for those that don't know, we are broadcasting over there, and of course, it's kind of lonely over there. I'm the only one in the room, but after the whole PSB flap here this weekend, a lot of people piled into there. So we'll see if we get more folks to migrate over in those parts. And yeah, other than that, we're on our usual foxhole and everywhere else you want to be, like MasterCard.
You're not. You're crazy. Well, I know you always bring up a lot of stuff. Oh, I need to tell everybody too. By the way, I'll kind of wait till maybe a few more people show up. I'll go ahead and say it here. Daddy Dragon messaged me yesterday. He's got stuff he's got to do today, so he won't make it today. So he's fine. Don't worry about him. I'll say it again. Towards the end. So so I'll have to cover for him today. Breaking is generously decided to stick around too.
That's
And so
debatable,
that's going to
but
be
we'll
honest.
see.
That's going to be awesome. Can't wait. He knows I hate being stuck, being on air by myself. I always have been. So, I mean, I can do it, but I don't know. I'm just better at feeding off somebody. I mean, if y'all can't tell, I'm a ripper, whatever that's called.
Ripper? That's interesting. I don't
Yeah,
know if I'd
no,
call
what
you
is
a
it
ripper.
called? When you I guess rip off another person. That's better.
I
Like
don't know if that's the correct terminology there.
whatever. You know what I mean?
I
Jeez.
really don't know what you mean. Please do tell.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna
Daddy
tell you. I'm
Dragon,
gonna tell
yes,
you.
of course. We'll remind folks at the end. I don't know. I don't. It doesn't look like he's broadcasting over on Foxhole at the moment, so I suppose he must not be doing a show even before ours, like he traditionally
Well, he
does
had
today.
plans. He'll talk about it if he wants to talk about it. But he's all good. The point being is he's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with him.
Brown chicken,
There
brown
is something,
town.
however, wrong with CMT.
Wrong with CMT.
Yeah, this is a personal thing. I'm country. Y'all know it. If you
Oh,
can't tell, I don't know how to spell it out for you in Braille. I mean, you can tell by the accent. I might be a little southern. But yeah, CMT just decided to go, whoa. So, I mean, they've been doing it for a few years where they kind of dip their toe into politics. But, the CMT where I live is about an hour outside of Nashville. And so I think they understand who their key audience is. I mean, it's country people that listen to country music, and it's not people that live in cities like Nashville or Atlanta. These are like usually it's like country folk, right? And so from like that's why I think I'm a fan of Ryan Upchurch as much as I am. It's because he's like an independent music guy. He doesn't buy into the whole music shit. And so CMT decided to post this. Here it is. This is a tweet on the 4th. It says, we're virtually wearing orange today in support of National Gun Violence Awareness Day and to call attention to the more than 100 lives that are lost every day to gun violence. Wear orange and visit, blah, blah, blah. And then the problem is like, this is another one of these that, they were smacked around, okay, in the comment section, apparently. And it said, well, I'll just read a little bit over here, but this is kind of what does it say? It says, the Wear Orange campaign encourages people to wear the color orange to remember lives lost in gun violence and to raise awareness about this public health crisis. To spread this message, it is partnered with left-wing groups such as Bloomberg Philanthropies, Planned Parenthood Federation of America. People need to pay attention to these organizations. Okay, Bloomberg Philanthropies, Planned Parenthood, which we all know, and the Democratic Attorneys General Association. Attorney General Association. That's where they're getting all these lawyers, by the way. It is also backed by gun control groups such as March for Our Lives and Newtown Action Alliance. CMT tweet sparked outrage among country music fans. Of course it did. The Los Angeles Times reported, because I wonder what the Tennessean has to say. I might go over to my dad's later and see if he's got the Tennessean. A survey of the first 100 direct responses to the channel's page showed an overwhelming majority unhappy with the message. Among the 100, only 4 were supportive, i.e. good for you, when they wrote the Second Amendment, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about them. And it said those against, 1 neutral, data, and then 95 disapproving, and 95% of 100 responders not in favor. This fans slammed CMT for pushing the Wear Orange campaign, accusing the campaign of missing key context on gun violence and threatening to boycott the CMT Music Awards hosted this year by Kane Brown and Kelsey Ballerini. This is CMT trying to, this is some of the stuff, the responses. This is at CMT trying to attract listeners they don't have, at risk of alienating listeners they do have. How'd that work out for the Dixie Chicks? One commenter said. So if you don't know, the Dixie Chicks is a country music artist. They were 3 girls and they decided to remove the name Dixie. I mean, they've been to the Dixie Chicks for, I don't know, 15 years. And they decided that they was going to remove the word Dixie and just be the Chicks. It's not gone very well for them because it never does. This is another user pointed out. That stat includes suicides, which comprise well over half of the total. It's disingenuous to admit that fact. Well, it looks like CMT is off the channel selection for my TV. Good luck catering country songs to the woke, and may your profits be null. I find it amusing that you think I give a damn what you think I should and shouldn't do with tools I use to defend me and mine. I no longer support CMT, blah, blah, blah. So it says, I'm just saying, I think that the award show is tonight. I will be curious, and I will, personally, I will pay attention to what the numbers look like for CMT, because I have a feeling they're just going to be lumped over into the same bin with the Grammy. That's what I posted. I tweeted at them, where you can just join the Grammys and the Emmys and the Oscars then over in your woke damn pile. You know, it's just country folk people have spines and you have just become spineless, something to that effect. Yeah, so that's happening in the country music world. But again, these are not country music. They put out a tweet. You cannot make this shit up. They put out a tweet where they've got a damn dude. Let me just show you. Well, they've got a guy. Country people understand country. Okay, if you're over in England, all right, and you know somebody's not from your what do they call it over in England? It's not like a little town. Hell, you know what I mean. They're not from around your parts. You know, you can sniff them out pretty quick. I know that you can. Well, that's like Illinois. You know, I'm sure you have a way that you can tell when somebody's full of shit as well. Well, down here, we can sniff out a daggum faker a mile away, especially people that have Southern accents. I will show you what I mean by this coming from me. This is what CMT posted out 20 hours ago. Head on over to our CMT TikTok page for a dang good time. Dang good time. You see this dude? They ripped this man, John Parody, and stuck him in front of a freaking cow gate. And he's standing there. These cows don't know him. Let me tell you something about a cow person. Okay. Cow people feed their cows every day. Their cows know who they are. If that man was a person that fed these cows, they'd be right over there. At least they'd be looking at him because they think he'd have hay in his hand. This dude, they done stuck him out in front of a pen and said, "Talk country, boy." You know, anyway, there you have it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of these music groups and whatnot sold out long ago. And, it kind of goes back to a conversation we had the other night about various artists and that who are now coming out that are becoming very popular because they're independent without labels and everything else. And frankly, it's fairly refreshing, regardless of how you feel about the various artists and that have come out and the type of music they put forth. The message is quite clear. And you likely wouldn't be able to get a message like that out underneath any sort of label at this point without getting castigated, as it were, right?
Well, yeah, well, I can tell you that. Okay, everybody knows that Tom McDonald come out with that new song. he came out with that new song. Here it is. He did one right before this one that's doing really, really well. Snowflakes got almost 4 million views like within a couple days, and we played that the other day. By the way, if you don't check out me and Casey's show Mondays and Thursdays at 9 Eastern, so no 9 Central. I can't keep up. I do too many. I keep up with too many damn schedules, y'all. Okay, but he released that song Dear Slim before this one Snowflakes, and come to find out, I'll just show you what the music industry did to him. This is how they do their shit to people. So I'll play this. It's because it's not really Dylan Talks. It's more like Tom McDonald. This is what the music industry does. Tom McDonald is completely independent. Even Ryan, I have to admit, like, has a producer that I think is trying to sign on other artists. But like Tom McDonald is his producer. Like, he does his girlfriend does his videos. I mean, this dude is damn straight up independent. But this is what happened to him when he dropped $100,000 on an Eminem soundtrack. He bought it, okay, and then he wrote a song to go with it, and then he dropped it, and then it was doing like breaking Drake and Nicki Minaj numbers. So what did the music industry do to drag him back down? They did this.
Why you can't be fair, bro?
Last night, Dear Slim was at number 2 on the iTunes charts, and today it got knocked out by Nicki Minaj, Drake, and Lil Wayne. But when you check the reviews on their song, there's no reviews rating, and there's no star rating. Every single song on the charts has a star rating, a popularity bar, and reviews. So something really sketchy is going on. If you want to see the proof, go watch the last post I just posted.
Nicki Minaj featuring Drake and Lil Wayne, Seeing Green. It has no popularity rating, no star rating, and no reviews.
So what's the explanation for that? My song outperforms the major label artist and takes the number 2 spot on the iTunes charts. A day later, they release a clean version of the song and it skyrockets to the top of the charts with no popularity rating and no reviews. I don't know if anybody's been watching the iTunes charts today, but you can't make this up, man. So Dear Slim finally hit number 2 above Nicki, Wayne, and Drake. And then they dropped the instrumental. I don't care what anybody says. When we beat the explicit version of Nicki, Wayne, and Drake, they dropped the clean version. When Dear Slim beat the clean version, they dropped the instrumental. Like, yo, this is the music industry playing with us. I'm not trying to take anything away from Lil Wayne, Drake, and Nicki Minaj. That's 3 of the biggest artists, dopest rappers there ever was. And this has nothing to do with them. This has everything to do with record labels seeing an independent artist, major label artist, and they're like, nah, drop the clean version. And then when we beat that, nah, drop the instrumental. So we started out the day at number 2 with Dear Slim, and the instrumentals knocked us back down to number 4. Beyond all that, today is the last day that...
Okay, so at the end, he tells people to go out and stream it and stuff to try and push back and beat them. But that's just a high example of it happens everywhere, but he does a really good job of kind of highlighting and showcasing and showing you what they do. So they dropped 3 different versions of this song. And I showed this the other day with me, you, and Casey. I don't know if it was during the show or right after it, but there was a Nicki Minaj song or a Cardi B song that you could go to her page and you could see like 6 different uploads of the same damn song where they're trying to manipulate the numbers. You know what they're doing, okay? I was watching a Tom McDonald song the other day, and I posted this under his Twitter feed. You cannot make this shit up. He had put out a tweet asking everybody if they saw what was going on. As far as his what was happening, and they were trying to suppress his video. And I like to watch these reaction videos, right? Hang on, and I'll show you. So I posted, here you go. I don't need the audio, so I don't deafen break it. So he had posted, anyone notice a massive abrupt decline in views? So I was watching a review, and sorry if you got kids in the room, this is Cardi B, so just trash. But I was watching the review. Here's the review I was watching because I love to go watch people actually like review some of these videos. During the Tom McDonald Snowflakes, these are the couple that review the thing. That they dropped an ad. You can look right here, skip ad. I'm not making this up. Here's the thing for the ad. They drop a Cardi B song and almost play the whole damn song in the middle of this Tom McDonald review. So, I mean, if this isn't coordinated, by the way, this is what's monetized on YouTube. This is a commercial on YouTube. But we got some content. We got some hateful content up in this house. But this right here, perfectly acceptable as a commercial for YouTube. But they did that. They this is what you want your daughters watching. Licking the tip of her finger surrounded by a bunch of balls. And I'll leave it at that. But yep, that's what they did. Sorry. I don't normally go into this much depth to talk about something, but we got some extra time to fill, so I tried to help do that. But go ahead.
Well, let's see here. Some interesting stuff around the old Webosphere here today. Let's start off with some of the Gabs net I come across here this afternoon. Yeah, let's do that guy right there. Dr. Simone Gold put this out there apparently on Twitter. And this was also picked up over on Gab from Adorable Deplorable 17 says, if access to a free and open internet is an essential human right, why did you ban thousands of physicians, medical researchers, activists, and even the President of the United States? And that, of course, is in response to what we have now found out about here today, which, by the way, Donald Trump has clapped his hands loudly for in regards to what's going on in Nigeria. Banning Twitter. Twitter public policy says, we are deeply concerned by the blocking of Twitter in Nigeria. Access to the free and #open internet is an essential human right in modern society. Oh, really? Is that right? I think there may be a few people who may tend to disagree at Jack. But anyway, carrying on, some other interesting stuff. Old Take Action Deplorable says these two parasites should be tried for election meddling and treason. They are more of a threat to our republic than Russia and China combined. Absolutely.
I don't know if you have anything on this breaking, but I actually have the article, and I can drop it if you want to hear it about the Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost filing the lawsuit to declare Google a public utility.
Yeah, you can cover that here momentarily. And then last but not least, Cat Turd says, Macron got slapped, Kamala made face cookies, and Hunter dropped the N-word. And it's only Wednesday. So, yeah, here you go, folks. Midday or midweek and on the downhill slide, and it's already been an eventful one. So, carry on.
I was just going to add that because you were bringing it up. That's the only thing I wanted. I'll show you what I had brought up for it today, but it kind of went along with what you were saying. But this right here, we'll see if anything happens from it. Because I'm in that realm of kind of sick. I'm sick of the shit. I'm sick of the letters. I'm sick of the Twitter feeds. I'm sick of the hearings because nobody does a damn thing about it. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack. I mean, they all sit there and that's over Google, sit there and lie straight to the face of every member of Congress, and they're out there, I don't know, still in their mansions, sipping their wine. Not a damn thing's happened to them. So here, but Dave Yost files lawsuit to declare Google a public utility. It says The Hill reports that Ohio Attorney General Yost on Tuesday filed a lawsuit asking the court to declare tech giant Google a public utility. If Google is declared a public utility, the company would become subject to government regulations. Yost's complaint was filed in Delaware County Court and alleges that Silicon Valley Titans used its dominance in search engine to prioritize its own products and services over organic search results in a way that initially disadvantages competitors. I mean, and that's the point, right? When you look up something, they always push their Google backed or the ads they run for whatever products that pay them to promote their ads. It is a circle jerk of, good old boy stuff. Here in a small town, we call it the good old boy deal, where, you get your brother out of a ticket because your brother knows the cousin of the captain kind of shit. The same thing, but, on steroids, basically. So the complaint alleges that because the company's self-preferencing result page architecture, almost 2/3 of Google's searches in 2020 were complete without users leaving Google-owned platforms. Understand this, 2/3 of the Google searches in 2020 were complete without users leaving the Google-owned platforms. This means that users never left the search page or found the answers they were looking for on another Google platform, such as YouTube, Google Flights, Google Maps, blah, blah, blah. Company spokesperson, listen to this. Company spokespersons commented on the lawsuit, stated that it would make Google search results worse and make it harder for small businesses to connect directly with customers. Bullshit. The spokesperson added, Ohioans simply don't want the government to run Google like a gas or electric. Spokesperson said this. So they know how all people in Ohio feel. If you wondered, Google knows how every Ohioan feels. This lawsuit has no basis in fact or law and will defend ourselves against the court. Go for it. Yoast is amongst 37 bipartisan attorney generals that filed an antitrust lawsuit against Google in December, focused on the tech giant's online search market power. So, I mean, when you got damn Mark Zuckerberg asking Congress to regulate Facebook, come on now. I have this deep suspicion. I had this thought the other day, right? I can't help but go back and think of when they captured Vernon Jones outside the office building. Well, this is probably 4 years ago at this point. Thing was Project Veritas. And they got him outside. This is before journalists were prepared for citizen journalists. And they brought up about Russia. And Vernon Jones says, I don't think there's anything there. This is a nothing burger. Okay, this is how that man felt off camera. He knew it was a bunch of bullshit. And how many of these people are sitting here peddling out this propaganda? They know. I can imagine those that feel like, I'm sick of covering this. This is a lie. This is bullshit. And their boss is like, we got to hammer it home. We got to stick on this point. And how many of them, I don't know, do it to keep a job or do it because they know that if they don't say it, they'll find somebody that will. No. And it's apparent with YouTube. It's apparent with Google, which, by the way, Google owns YouTube, with Twitter. Like you just put out there what's going on with Twitter, having the nerve to talk about, Nigeria pulling down Twitter. Well, free speech should be, the public domain, but they don't give a shit when it's Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America. Twitter will remove, but they keep up the Ayatollah. Like at some point, do we need to start a GoFundMe? I mean, like literally for like an attorney, a fundraiser, and just all of us pull our money together so one of us can, like, I don't know, I'll sue them for all of us. Because I don't understand how at this point somebody has, like, we got an attorney general in Ohio who's probably got lobbyists that will slip him a couple $100,000. Then all of a sudden this damn lawsuit will just disappear. No, I don't know. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, all the anti-violence and oh my God, blah 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 blah. And here's Mark Zuckerberg post video of himself throwing a spear with ear protectors on. Yeah, you cannot make this shit up.
Hey, what?
Anyway,
you need ear protection.
Yes, Mark Zuckerberg posted a video of himself throwing a spear with ear protectors. Like, here you go, here, just so you know, I ain't making this shit up. That video of music behind this. Yeah, got them ear protectors on, folks. Oh my God. This is when you know somebody did not get laid in high school, probably could not find a date, and thinks they are now He-Man because they can throw a damn spear. Ugh.
While wearing shorts and Oxfords.
I mean,
you battle warrior, you.
How many times did they throw that something? Listen, I mean, it's petty. I don't really like doing the petty thing. And I fail at it every day, guys. I fail at it. I need to work on myself. I know I do. But it's because the outrage you feel towards people that you know that are so full of shit. It's hard not to say some make some low blows. Now
Yeah.
there's that.
All right. Well, let me throw a couple financial bits in there to break up the monotony here today. Let's see. Let's start off with some Bitcoin, shall we? Oh, where'd I go?
Oh shit! You know what?
No, what?
That same video, he's shooting a bow. He's pulled back and he's shooting a bow.
Huh. Well, you know, that bow whizzes by at such a speed, man, it might tickle your inner ear, I suppose. But hey, you know, it's not like ballistics or anything that, yeah, you might need to get a silencer for, anything along those lines. But hey, financial news. El Salvador adopts Bitcoin as legal tender, unveils 100% clean, renewable geothermal mining. Interesting. If you were with me on Monday, I talked a little bit about this. That El Salvador, at the time, appeared to be the first country that was going to recognize Bitcoin as legal tender. And I says, that's very interesting because obviously they're going to try and derail the efforts of Bitcoin. Whether you like it, love it, hate it, whatever, doesn't really matter. The fact that a country is going against the grain of their central bank and actually putting that forward is very telling. And then, of course, you look at what has just happened by way of Colonial Pipeline and the supposed hack or breach or whatever the heck happened there, and supposed ransom paid, which, by the way, there's a whole nother backstory on that I came across that's got more credibility than what the FBI has told us. That's for another day. But it's very interesting, very telling here. It says El Salvador has become the first country in the world to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender after Congress passed President Nayib Bukele's proposal to embrace cryptocurrency. With Bitcoin legal tender, just as the dollar, the country has set its sights on attracting miners. After all the clamoring about greening Bitcoin mining, Bukele has offered miners cheap, 100% clean, 100% renewable, zero emissions energy. In fact, the president said the state-owned geothermal electric company La GeoSA de CV will offer miners geothermal electricity powered from our volcanoes. That's very interesting. And I'll mind you, this guy was actually at the cryptocurrency festnet down in Miami here this past weekend, one of the guest speakers as he brought a lot of this up. And says if all 644 megawatts of the wasted geothermal energy was used, El Salvador would become one of the largest hashtag Bitcoin miners in this hemisphere, while also being 100% renewable, said documenting Bitcoin. Following Elon Musk's criticism of miners who use carbon fuels and China's crackdown on mining, El Salvador would become a powerhouse for clean Bitcoin mining. So very, very interesting there. And it's going to be interesting to see, as I have brought up in the past, where this leads. Are more countries going to adopt Bitcoins, the Ethereums, the Doge coins, the shit coins, whatever coin is out there in the crypto sphere? Because as you well know, Jay Powell and company over at the old Federal Reserve have said, hey, mid-June here, we're going to kick out a report on cryptos and where we stand on this. Are they going to be for? Are they going to be against? Are they going to introduce the central bank digital currency, the CBDCs? What is it? So stay tuned. Also, some terrible news in the employment field. Yeah, we got a little bit of a tear here today on this one. Apparently, since the advent of COVID, you know, I've talked a little bit about the jobs and that are out there, and everybody, you know, sitting at home collecting their stimmy checks to the tune $300-600 a month with state dollars showing in on top and everything else. Well, it appears New Orleans has some sad news, says National Exotic Dancer shortage forces New Orleans strip club to offer signing bonuses. How bad does it have to get to where you have to offer signing bonuses just to put a gal on a pole in a strip club? I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. Just a question I have, I guess. But apparently Joe Biden's universal basic income is worsening the unprecedented nationwide labor shortage that even strip clubs face difficulties in hiring. According to local news Fox 8 New Orleans, Larry Flint's Hustler Club New Orleans is experiencing what they say is a national exotic dancer shortage. How crazy is that? Like any business facing difficulties filling positions, the club is offering signing bonuses. And somewhere down here, where did it go? Here we go. Las Vegas, even the stripper shortage threatens to derail our economic recovery, even out in Vegas.
I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think sitting on
Stripper shortage.
At least I forget to cooking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on.
So there you have it. Even out in Vegas, it's not just limited to New Orleans, but I could swear I thought there was one in here. Maybe it was a meme or something that was on Gab. I forget. Says we'll even hire ugly girls. I thought that was pretty crass, but nonetheless, that's the dire straits of the businesses here in these United States, perhaps worldwide at this point, as the government unloads the stimmy checks, and hey, people find it more profitable to sit at home, play games, do whatever, than actually go get a job, get a haircut, get a real job, like your big brother Bob.
Well, I don't have much I want to add about strippers. Listen, dudes can pay whatever the hell they want to pay to do whatever the hell they want to do. I mean, and whoever they find attractive. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The Pornhub doesn't seem to be having issues, but I wanted to say this real quick before I close this article down. That one I brought up about Mark Zuckerberg, I was kind of reading through it because I had just saw it while I had pulled up that other article. And you know what I was talking about the other day about Gates buying up a bunch of land here in America and the farmland and hundreds of acres. As I was reading this article, look right here. This is him shooting a bow and arrow, by the way, that he says that he wanted to hike on a trail and they were out of hiking permits. See, this is the problem with the government. Government now tells you where and when you can hike. And so he says they had hunting ones, so he's going to do if he brought a bow and arrow. So I guess we're doing this. But it said, listen to this. It said last month it was reported that Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla, remember, these are the same two people that said they were donating 95% of their wealth. And if you dug into it, all they did was sort of fucking foundation, which is what the Clintons do and the Obamas do and the Soroses do. And then they just push all their money into this quote, quote, foundation. They don't give shit away. That's a tax break. And it says, and his wife Priscilla Chan have nearly doubled the size of their real estate empire in Hawaii, buying another 595.4 acres on Kauai. The couple now owns 1,300 acres of land in Hawaii after closing on a $53 million purchase of 3 parcels of nearly 600 acres on March 19th. What is going on? 1,300 acres of land in Hawaii. Now, this is a guy that bragged a year and a half, 2 years ago, about how generous and awesome and amazing him and his wife are going to be, donating 95% of their wealth. But then these people are full of shit. But what is going on? Look at this shit. 1,300 acres of land in Hawaii. What do you think he's going to do with that land in Hawaii? Let it sit there and be beautiful, or build a bunch of stuff on there he can start charging people for and try to add to his millions? But anyway, I just found that interesting. Sorry, it was in that article. And I just wanted people to be made aware of that. Now they have apparently 1,300 acres in Hawaii.
Well, there's a big stink raised about Zuckerberg buying up a place in Hawaii. It's been several years ago now, probably under 44's tenure, but apparently he wanted to put up a wall around his estate or something, and the locals that were neighbors of his basically put the kibosh on it and says, no, I don't think so. Just because you waltz in here and buy these properties and think you're king or whatever, it says it doesn't give you the right to do stuff that infringes on our property rights. So yeah, there was a big stink in that raised about that here several years ago.
Yeah, it's again, I think it's important for people to kind of pay attention to what these idiots are doing. I mean, it is that is why I encourage. There's a huge chunk of land. Okay, I'm told breaking this. I play the lottery, on rare occasions, maybe like once a month or something. I've always been a prepper, so I've always wanted to like buy a large, huge chunk of land and just go out there and make it like where you could live off the grid. I wanted running water because nobody ever talks about, we have dams. We know how well dams work. But whenever people talk about renewable energy, it's always solar or wind. But the cleanest to me is water, using a natural running water, say stream or whatever, back in the day when they had the water wheel. But do something like that, like where it's self-sustainable, growing non-GMO products, and just kind of having a retreat where people could come together and hang out if they wanted to hang out, do some fun activities or blah, blah, blah. And then if shit ever hit the fan, a selective group of us would have a place to go and then sit up there with our popcorn, because where I'm looked at was on top of a mountain, 500 acres for 1.5 million. Listen, guys, I do not have no $1.5 million laying around, but that's my goal if I ever did win the lottery, is to buy a place like that and then build it up and then be like, listen, here's this place. We're all gonna go there, and it's on top of a mountain. It's 500 acres on top of a mountain, so it's beautiful up there. But cross your pray for me, and I know it's a little weird. I say pray for me to win the lottery, but the Lord said, "Ask and you shall receive." So let's see if that happens. But I'm trying. But I don't know what's going on. They're all buying up this land, and it just worries me. But anyway, I was going to say this too, because we talked about a little bit. You brought up like social media. We talked about censorship, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I found this also disturbing. Have you heard about this official? This is another official resigns over censored Memorial Day speech. By the way, I check the Military Times from time to time. It's a great place to go if you're looking for military news. But it said Hudson, Ohio, organizers of a Memorial Day ceremony have now resigned under pressure after they silenced a retired U.S. Army officer's microphone. So again, they got so much pushback. Now they already did the damage, and now they've quit. While he was talking about how freed black slaves honored fallen soldiers just after the Civil War, Sidney Suchan, chair of the Memorial Day Parades Committee and president of the Hudson American Legion Auxiliary, stepped down nearly a week after the ceremony, an Akron Beacon Journal reported Tuesday. Suzette Heller, a department adjudicant for the American Legion Department of Ohio, said that she was told Sunday that Suchan had resigned. Jim Garrison, adjutant, am I saying that right? Adjutant of American Legion Post 464, resigned last Friday. So these people, it says the American Legion Department of Ohio said censoring the speech about the role blacks played and how Memorial Day was premeditated and planned by Garrison and Suchan. They knew exactly when to turn the volume down and when to turn it back up, said Roger Friend, department commander for the Ohio American Legion. The organizers of the ceremony in Hudson, Ohio, initially defended their decision, saying the section of the speech that was silenced was not relevant to the program's theme of honoring the city's veterans. In the days before the ceremony, Suchan said she reviewed the speech and asked retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Bernard Kempter to remove certain portions. Kempter said he did not see the suggestions changes in time to rewrite the speech. Kempter, who spent 30 years in the Army and served in the Persian Gulf War, said he was disappointed that his microphone was turned off for 2 minutes. Yeah, it served 30 years in the Army. Wonder what these two pieces of shit did. I wonder if this Jim Garrison or Cindy Suchan served a damn day in any of our military, even in the reserves. I'd be curious to know that. But this guy right here, look at him, see him trying to tap the mic. That's horrifying. But they didn't like what he had to say. They didn't like it because he wasn't race baiting people or saying something disparaging they could use in their 15-second clip on TikTok. So yeah, there you go. I don't know if you knew that or not, but I saw that when I was kind of scanning through my stuff, and it's freaking disgusting. These people want everyone to, they want division. They want everybody to hate one another.
1984 thought police is here. You have engaged in wrongthink. Get back in line, plebes. Anyway,
No,
Kamala Harris, of course, been in the news. And of course, how many of you guys saw who is it, Laura or Lauren Bobbert or whatever, did a video and that down on the border carrying a cardboard cutout of Kamala Harris? Put one up in
Huh?
chat if you actually saw that. But obviously, Kamala, she's way, way too busy to have to worry about going down to the old border and worrying about the crisis. We'll call it a crisis. I don't give a damn what they say it is. We're not going to let them define our terms. The crap that is going on down at the border. And of course, now 70, 80 days since she was named by Biden to go down there and fix things. Yeah, it's just... I'll get there whenever I get there. Anyway, Epoch Times says Kamala Harris, under pressure to visit southern border, says she'll make the trip at some point. VP Kamala Harris facing mounting pressure to visit the U.S.-Mexico border amid the surge in illegal immigration said Tuesday that she'll make the trip at some point. Harris, who is fresh off a 2-day visit to Guatemala and Mexico, has sought to deflect criticism that she has not yet made an in-person visit to the southern border, despite being tasked by President Joe Biden in March to lead efforts to address the border crisis. On Monday, she downplayed visiting the border region as an insignificant grand gesture before telling reporters in Mexico City on Tuesday that she'll eventually make the trip. I've been to the border before. I will go again, she said from her high spot. Oh, I add that part, but adding that the focus of her trip to Central America is to address the root causes driving people in the region to leave their homes and seek entry into the United States. I bet she didn't have to look too hard. I mean, hell, we even know USAID, Soros, hello, follow the money. You can't say you care about the border without caring about the root causes, Harris said, while questioning the utility of visiting the border by saying, I don't think that anybody thinks that would be the solution. But when I'm in Guatemala dealing with root causes, I think we should have a conversation about what's going on in Guatemala, Harris added. Idiot. Her grand gesture remark was met with a swift response from Rep. Tony Gonzalez out of Texas, who on Tuesday tweet said, visiting our border is not a grand gesture. It means seeing communities that are hurting because of the White House's absentee leadership. And of course, folks, if you've paid attention at all, especially underneath 44's regime, they did the very same thing. It was under Obama that the cages were instituted, not Trump. No, that predated Trump and all the Mockingbird media that tried to bring that up. No, that was back to 44. And of course, the old shipments in the night. A lot of states and towns and everybody else says not in our town, but they had illegals dumped in their areas in the dark of night and bussed in and planed in and everything else. And guess what? Here we are doing the same damn thing. Republicans have long criticized Harris for not visiting the border. The governor of Texas, a state that has been deeply impacted by illegal immigration, sent a letter to Harris in March, shortly after she was tasked with addressing the border surge, calling her the border czar in charge of the Biden administration's response to the crisis. He called on Harris to clarify what was being done to curb the flow of illegal immigrants into the country and to prosecute human traffickers, while taking aim at policies that he said embolden and enrich cartels, smugglers, and human traffickers who continue to ramp up their criminal operations. I urge you to visit the border to see the crisis for yourself, and I implore the Biden administration to take swift action to secure the border, crack down on human trafficking, and prevent more children from being trafficked and abused, Abbott said in a statement at the time. In an interview on NBC News that aired Tuesday, Harris was asked about the criticism, with NBC's Lester Holt asking her, do you have any plans to visit the border? Oh, excuse me, Lester Holt, I apologize. At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we have been to the border, Harris said. Nice non-answer. When Holt,
Oh, I have the clip.
there we go. When Holt called out the inaccuracies, saying, you haven't been to the border, Harris responded by saying, and I haven't been to Europe, But I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance of the border. White House Press Secretary Circleback Psaki was on Tuesday asked to address Harris' grand gesture comment. At some point, she may go to the border, Psaki said, adding, I don't have any trips to preview for you or predict or a timeline for that. Her assignment was to work with countries and leaders in the Northern Triangle, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, to address root causes, address corruption, and ensure we're working together to address humanitarian concerns, she added. Psaki also said the Biden administration doesn't want advice from Republicans on the border crisis. Oh, how rich, because they got it under control. We're not taking our guidance and advice from them, Psaki said. But if it is constructive and it moves the ball forward for her to visit the border, she certainly may do that. So,
I've got the clip. It does not do it justice unless you watch the clip. So before you continue on, I'm going to just show you what he's talking about. Look at the face of this woman when she answers this question, and how she thinks it's a joke. Now, I fast forwarded it to the part in here where this is what she's asked the question.
Let's not overlook progress.
Just quickly put a button.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making.
And I don't know what going to Europe has anything to do with Americans' issues.
I'm not discounting the importance of the border.
Well, I mentioned it because I know Republicans have certainly come at you on this, but Democratic Congressman Cuellar has a border district, has said to you and the president, come. You need to see this.
Listen, I care about what's happening at the border. I'm in Guatemala because my focus is dealing with the root causes of migration. There may be some who think that that is not important, but it is my firm belief that if we...
Again, I want you to see this is what gaslighting looks like. He's asking her, why don't she visit our own damn border in America where we have this crisis? And she tries to spin it as, well, I went to Guatemala. And, it does, people might not think that's important. Nobody said that. That's not the question. The question is, why can't she can fly over the top of it. She had to fly over the border to get to Guatemala, but she can't bother after 5 months to even go down there and talk to a Border Patrol agent. And if you remember, they gave Trump shit for taking 3 days to go down there.
If we care about what's happening at the border, we better care about the root causes and address them. And so that's what I'm doing.
I think it's kind of when she threw her hands up anyway, to complete what you were saying, when she threw her hands up when she was asked the question in this article itself, it's like it's almost like she wasn't prepared for even a question about it, because this administration is so used to the media having their back that they don't ever ask them the hard questions. And you see her reaction. That wasn't even a hard question. He just said, why hadn't you gone to the damn border? She's like, we've been to the border. He's like, you hadn't been to the border. And she's like, I don't understand. I haven't been to Europe either. Like, what the?
And folks, I probably don't need to remind you, but when she says that they're there to address root causes, please show me the last time the government solved any damn problem. Wait a minute. Wasn't it Ronald Reagan that said these 9 words are the most feared words? I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Oh, hell no. Hell to the no. Get out. And I think there's been plenty of memes and videos and that of vets and everybody else as Kamala has made her entourage. It says, hey, Kamala, Trump won. Trump's the president. You're illegitimate, and all sorts of stuff in her latest tour. So kudos to the guys standing up and giving it right back.
Yeah, exactly. You got to pay attention. Pay attention to what they're doing, what they're not doing. But everybody knows it here. It's the intention is outrage, is to piss people off. I think you did. I kind of had something to go along with that the military guy that spent 30 years in the Army that said that they cut his mic. I wish I had 2 things I'll share on that really quickly, and then I can go back to covering get some more. I know all you've heard this Mara Gay's disturbing American flag statement, where this lady actually had the nerve to come out and say that she had gone to what was it? Dadgummit. In these contexts, where did she go? Look at so much news every day. Do you remember breaking?
What was it you're looking
for? Not like Nantucket. The one where that Mara Gay had went down to the island or something. I'm trying to find it.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Well, I'm sure people have heard it. I'm sure other people have read it. Ugh. Anyway, she went somewhere. Sorry, guys, I do not. Long Island. Is that it? I was on Long Island this weekend visiting a really dear friend. I was really disturbed. I saw dozens and dozens of pickup trucks with explicitives against Joe Biden on the back of them, Trump flags, in some cases just dozens of American flags, which is also just disturbing because essentially the message was clear. It was, this is my country. This is not your country. I won this. Who said that? No one said that. This is another one of these tactics. By the way, this lady writes for the New York Times. And so she, in her mind, because she's filled with so much hate, that's what in her mind she told herself that signified. Nobody said to her, this is our country, not yours, blah, 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 blah. But that's the message she sure put out out in the media. And look at, is anybody shocked of this panel? This is the same one that said it was their business to tell you what you're supposed to think. So of course she goes on this rant, and this numbnut right here agreed with her. I totally agree. It was so great. It's so right. I will. I'll show you a tiny clip of that. Let me make sure my audio's on. About again, people in this country that are supposed journalists that hate this damn country. That the sight of an American flag. This is they're trying to tear down the American flag. I'm telling you right now, every one of you know it. They're trying to now. It's not the Confederate flag anymore. Now it's the American flag.
I think this is another area where Democrats really need to get serious about talking about what this threat is. I think you said it really well, Joe, a minute ago, where you talked about the need to stop being surprised by all of this.
And what threat? What threat? These are people peddling hate.
And start taking it seriously. It's really concerning to me that the Democrats haven't just gone ahead at this point and said we're doing this on our own in terms of getting a commission together to explain to the American people how we allowed the insurrection to take place in the Capitol.
That's why right there, how they allowed what happened on the 6th, because now we have enough evidence to show they had every warning to stop it, to do something about it. We've had the media come out and repeatedly peddle the lie that these people were armed. Now the testimony is they didn't find any weapons on these people, but they keep trying to push the armedness. They don't say anything about the fact that the year before, Black Lives Matter and Antifa was across the street from the White House and set the church on fire, destroyed businesses, painted the whole damn street with Black Lives Matter in huge bold letters, and the mayor had nothing to say about the graffiti on the public roadways, and how many windows were busted out, and how many people were beat up, and all that shit that's been going on now for 4 years. But now they want to stay focused on the 6th because it in any way can tie back to Trump. They don't want to talk about anything about what the Democratic Party is tied to and been peddling for 4 years.
I think that really needs to move forward swiftly. The reality is here that we have a large percentage of the American population. I don't know how big it is, but we have tens of millions of Trump voters who continue to believe that their rights as citizens are under threat by simple virtue of having to share the democracy with others.
No, we know that our rights are being threatened because we have the evidence of it every single day, especially when you have a media that peddles this shit, that infers that you think things without bothering to ask you.
I think as long as they see Americanness as the same as one with whiteness, this is going to continue. We have to figure out.
See, right there. Where's the FCC? Where's anybody? Of course, the NAACP ain't going to sue these people. Where's anybody out saying that Americans tied with whiteness, except for these people? Now, the only people saying that are the same people accusing everybody else of thinking it.
how to get every American a place at the table in this democracy, but how to separate Americanness, America, from whiteness. Until we can confront that and talk about that, this is really going to continue. I was on Long Island this weekend visiting a really dear friend.
And this is where she gets into, this is the part to pay attention to. This is how this lady thinks when she sees the American flag. Same thing with when Rachel Maddow said that about when she saw somebody without a mask on. She had to reprogram her brain to think that they weren't a damn threat to her. These people are sick.
And I was really disturbed. I saw, dozens and dozens of pickup trucks with, explicatives against Joe Biden on the back of them, Trump flags, and some cases just dozens of American flags, which, is also just disturbing because essentially the message was clear. It was, this is my country. This is not your country. I own this. And so until we're ready to have that conversation,
you get the point. There you go. And then, of course, Mick at the end, it's like, I totally agree. My God, you're so right. These people out here on these media platforms that are trying to infer intent on American people, that she didn't bother to pull over and ask them. It doesn't matter that we heard for 4 years from we've mentioned several times on this show, Hillary Clinton and all the Democrats that lost their mind every single day on these same damn platforms that talked about the election for 4 years about Russia. But now that we're into June, 5 months into this man's presidency, and they're still talking about Trump people. They're still talking about Trump voters. They have no ratings unless they can cater to the damn leftist woke crowd that would rather see everything burned down than to reflect on their own damn issues. So anyway, there you go. There's that lady. That's horrifying.
Trump derangement syndrome is a disorder, folks. It's a mental disease. They cannot let it go. How long has Trump been out of office now? Almost 6 full months, and yet here we are still talking about the same crap because Orange Man bad. I mean, dear God, here we are, just the other night broadcasting him down at the old North Carolina deal, and people still, Orange Man bad, you can't broadcast him. We can't let that guy out there. Not to mention here within the last week or so that Facebook come back and says, oh, he's banned at least until 2023, at least through midterms. Huh.
Yeah. Well, this article was kind of tied to it, and I'm sure you guys have seen a little bit of this. If you've not, then here you go. This is what I mean by these people do not love our country. This is this circle back around lady who's failing to give an answer on why Biden failed to commemorate D-Day on the 77th anniversary. He went down there to peddle, racial division. He made sure to put that on his itinerary. But this right here, no, circle back, lady.
You can think Presidents Bush, Obama, and Trump all commemorated D-Day anniversaries on D-Day, on the D-Day anniversary. Why didn't President Biden?
Well, I can tell you that certainly his value for the role that the men who served on D-Day and the memory of them, the families who have kept their memories alive over the course of years on this day is something the president has spoke to many, many times in the past. It's close to his heart, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's more we would have to say on it.
Yeah, that's the non-answer. That's whenever he asks you a direct question and you spin that shit around 90 degrees to not answer the damn question. But there you go. We got a president that can't even string two damn words together. And ironically, in all this, just sticking with the tone of the media, I got this one last thing, which is hilarious. Because remember, they accused Trump of being, a fascist and all this other shit. And then WAPO, the Washington Compost, publisher, Biden's DOJ is launching unprecedented assault on Americans' news organizations. The publisher of the Washington Post said the Department of Justice has intensified the government's attack on the First Amendment rights under President Joe Biden. Fred Ryan wrote in his paper Sunday evening that Biden's Justice Department not only kept pursuing Trump-era battles against reporters and outlets, but expanded them. Earlier this year, Biden's DOJ won a judge's approval for a gag order against the New York Times, preventing the newspaper from publicly revealing its legal battle with the federal government over its reporters' records, Ryan wrote. After Biden took office, the department continued to pursue subpoenas for reporters' email logs issued to Google, which operates the New York Times email system, and it obtained a gag order compelling the Times attorney to keep silent about the fact that the federal authorities were seeking to seize its colleagues' records. Later, when the Justice Department broadened the number of those permitted to know about the effort, it barred Times executives from discussing the legal battle with the Times newsroom, including the paper's top editor. This escalation on Biden's watch represents an unprecedented assault on Americans' news organizations and their effort to inform the public about government wrongdoing. Ryan also said the Washington Compost has yet to hear back from the Biden DOJ on subpoenas submitted under former President Donald Trump for the records of several Post reporters. To date, no answers have been provided, and the meeting has yet to take place. The delay is troubling, Ryan wrote. When asked about how the president's assurance can be squared with his Justice Department's behavior, White House Press Secretary Circle Back Around Lady could offer no explanation. She was subsequently released as a statement disavowing White House knowledge of the actions that appear to have continued for several months during Biden's presidency. Again, when they come, first they come for me, and then they come for thee. This should not shock anyone that this man wants to shut the media down, because look what they did whenever that shit came out about Hunter Biden.
Well, that is a good segue, but before I jump into that, keep in mind, folks, if you remember right, under 44, a lot of the same tactics were used. How many of you remember old Cheryl Atkinson, who used to be on CBS, who had her laptop and that jacked and hacked by the very same folks, consequently, that were part of the setup sting operation, try to frame Trump folks, the Muellers, the Rod Rosensteins? Well, those same folks were still in business doing the same damn things back then. And guess what? Old Cheryl Atkinson has got a lawsuit against them because it took over 6 years just to get the FOIAs back on a lot of that stuff under the DOJ and that, which finally, under Trump at least, she got some headway and got some documents released to find out these parties behind her, jacking of her information while she was doing investigative reporting at the time. So here we are, full circle, back around again, doing the very same things. And by the way, before I forget, old circle back. Do you remember where she worked and what she was doing before she came aboard Biden's administration? Well, interestingly enough, she founded her own communications company called Evergreen Communications or something along those lines. It had Evergreen in there. And of course, I didn't really learn that until I started doing the whole Evergreen stuff after we saw the old container ship get stuck in the old Suez. That little nugget came up. But yeah, this is what they perfect. The art of lying and obfuscation and twisting of words and non-answers. That's what they have perfected. And so we're not surprised when you see somebody like old Circleback come back and give the non-answers. And by the way, don't forget too, this is the same person. I don't know if you've noticed on her Twitter feed, maybe it's still there, I don't know. But some time ago, may have been just before she was announced as the administration's mouthpiece, if you will, right on her bio, it says, "I am the mother of two little humans." Two little humans. Not kids, not, whatever Nancy and Fred or whatever the heck kids' names are, but two little humans. Is that normal? Is that how you talk about your offspring, your kids? Is that what you think of them as just little products and that run around, that extra mouths you got to feed?
I don't know. Is calling women that have children that breastfeed milk producers or whatever that they're trying to rename all this shit?
No. Anyway, let me jump into old Crackpipe Hunter, being you brought him up. Of course, lots of stuff coming out by way of old, well, I almost said something I probably shouldn't have, but I think you can pretty well guess where that was going to go. The laptop audio. Hunter laughs at friend being a racist, discusses idea Dr. King used cocaine, and admits smoking crack with Marion Barry, former D.C. mayor who went to prison over all that business. But hey, I think Daily Mail probably deserves a little credit here in the last several days for somehow magically getting the text messages and that off a phone. I don't know how in the hell they were able to pull that off and who paid what to make that happen, but it has certainly been very damning. And of course, guess what, folks? The Mockingbird media is absolutely silent. Just like they were in the lead up to the election about all the misdeeds and that of old Hunter and his sexcapades and China and all the stuff pertaining to, the China deals and Ukraine deals and Burisma and all that stuff. Those are just some inconvenient facts that we opted not to cover because it was inconvenient. Well, more inconvenience for old Hunter and Joe. Hunter Biden admitted to smoking crack with former D.C. Mayor Marion Barry in a conversation that included thoughts on whether or not Martin Luther King Jr. and Mahatma Gandhi used cocaine. Hunter laughed at the idea that Dr. King could have used cocaine and laughed at his friend as such a racist. Huh? That's interesting. So I guess we got to let a little of this play through here.
Sister and mother are killed is disaster, right? Utter disaster, right? And so the only way out is to say, look, I can't play on the margins with my pain. I have to be all in. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'll do anything. I just never, ever cave until I'm ashes, which means I get resurrected anyway. So fuck you. Yeah. But look, I mean, those who would say, yeah, you gotta just tough love it with this guy, and ultimately it's a disorder of character. I would say, like, no, you don't understand. This is a 1 in a million shot that this person is able to actually decide, you know what, I'll deal with anything because there's some reason I've been asked to deal with anything. And it's not about the moment, it's about some moment to come. As soon as you decide, okay, I'm going to the gym of the pain gym.
Yeah, so there's more of that there. I'll drop the link out there. But yeah, very interesting. And what has come out by way of old Hunter, and makes you wonder how are they getting this information and why now? Why are we seeing this drop of information on Hunter and the implications to Joe now on this side? Before he was quote unquote elected or selected or thrown in there, versus now, some almost 6 months after quote unquote inauguration day for the pretendency, right? Why now? Are there bigger things to come? I don't know.
Seems like a damn distraction. A lot of the shit seems like a distraction. I mean, and they're in trouble. But listen, Democrats are in trouble. Here's an example of that. Democrats panic as the Republicans celebrate mayoral win in a town that is 85% Latino. We're in big trouble. Democrats were stunned over the results of a mayoral race in South Texas over the weekend after the town elected a former chairman of a local county level Republican Party. Republicans celebrate Javier Villalobos' narrow win in the mayor's race in McAllen, Texas. McAllen, now, if you don't know, that's where you see Alex Jones go over there and record those videos of all those kids that were in the back of that SUV that come out of that quote, quote, church program where didn't even have these kids in car seats. Nobody was buckled in. Doesn't matter. Call them around like cattle. So this is in McAllen. Saturday evening, though the race is technically nonpartisan, Fox News reported Villalobos, an attorney who was appointed to the prepaid higher education tuition board by Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott 2018, and is the former chair of the Hidalgo County GOP. The election comes as the U.S. southern border has been flooded with illegal aliens under Democratic President Biden. Vice President Harris was tapped to lead the Biden's response to his border crisis, yet she still has not visited the border and has not held a news conference about the border crisis. Let me start by thanking the border voters, my team, and everyone who helped run this campaign. Villalobos wrote on Facebook. Thank you, McAllen, and trusting and believing in me. I promise not to let you down. Abbott congratulated Villalobos on Twitter, writing, Villalobos is a proven leader who cares deeply about the people of the Rio Grande Valley. Congratulations on being the next mayor of McAllen. Republicans and Hispanics in Texas share common values, and more Hispanics are voting Republican and getting elected as Republicans. Abbott later added they want to help keep Texas red. Villalobos, who is currently, that's him, by the way, currently McAllen City Commissioner, beat Veronica Whitaker by a couple hundred votes in the election. Hidalgo County, which is home to McAllen, voted for Democrat Hillary Clinton by more than 40 points in 2016 and went to Democratic Joe Biden by 17 points in 2020. Amazing news. McAllen, Texas is a major border town of 140,000 people, 85% Hispanic, and just elected a Republican mayor. Former Trump campaign spokesman Steve Cordes wrote on Twitter, the macro realignment accelerates in South Texas and elsewhere as Hispanics rally to America First, strong borders, economic nationalism, pro-police. It says Democrats panicked over the election results, with Sawyer Hackett, executive director of Julian Castro's People's First Future, wrote on Twitter, a GOP county chair just won a race for Mayor McAllen, Texas, a city that is 85% Latino. Hillary won the county by 40. Democratic Party doesn't get serious about Latino outreach. We're in big trouble. Democratic John Mark Hogg tweeted, so Republicans won the McAllen and Fort Worth mayor's races. Someone tell me again how we should stick with our current progressive message and strategy in Texas and not try to appeal to the conservative moderate voters. RNC Deputy Communications Director Nathan Brand celebrated the victory, writing on Twitter, big win for Republicans tonight in border community. Biden's border crisis has real world ramifications for communities across the country, especially in cities like McAllen. This is Rona McDaniel. Both rightly rejected Biden Harris failed policies and voted for the GOP, whether rejecting a crisis at the border or squandering economic recovery. These municipalities moved decidedly toward the GOP because our policies work. Not just Trump, heavily Hispanic McAllen flips from D to R. Well, it goes on and on, but yeah, again, is anybody shocked? They think that this is again, this is what they think, that because they listen to this George Soros funded open societies, because they listen to these, AOCs and Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar does not care about this damn country. Look at the ties that she has. That lady is straight up. She is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's probably one of the scariest people I know that is in on Capitol Hill that is within our government, just saying. But they think that all these policies are what people want because they listen to Hollywood and the mainstream media and what and ruining this country. Hashtag, these people that are trying to push this damn 1619 project. But they don't understand because they're too oblivious to it. This man doesn't even know where he is half the time. Doesn't understand that the actual Hispanics, the Latinos that are in America right now, do not want illegal immigration. Mind blown. Shocker. There's your breaking news for the day. They don't want it. And guess what now? Who's being flooded with illegal immigrants, these towns at the southern border? Where do you think most of these Hispanic people live that come across our border? A lot of them stay in Texas. They're watching what's happening. This shit's coming back to bite them in the ass. It's blowing up in their faces. And then you're gonna continue to see it. And if we can get our elections to actually have some kind of integrity and not be, the voting machines not be shut down and reconfigured, and all of a sudden 2 hours later everything completely and dramatically switches and changes, then we have the opportunity to do what we need to do in this country, to put the Constitution somewhere back in there instead of shitting all over everybody's rights and in the name of wokeness. Ironically enough. Oh, by the way, these are the same people that are shouting about socialism, if anybody was wondering. George Soros gave billions to left-wing causes in years he paid no federal income tax. Anybody want to know where Rachel Maddow's story is going to be on MSNBC about their tax returns? Anybody? because she could do it. Here's a billionaire left-wing financier George Soros gave millions of dollars to left-wing political campaigns and billions to his own liberal federation. In years he paid no federal income tax. Internal Revenue Service documents revealed that several of America's richest people, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, Tesla CEO Elon Musk, and Soros, among others, paid no federal income tax in certain years as they claimed to have made net losses that offset gains. Soros' tax avoidance is among the most striking, since he funds a vast array of left-wing groups which generally share the belief that the rich should be taxed more to distribute their wealth to the poor, and they fund government programs. In 2007, Jeff Bezos, then a multi-billionaire and now the world's richest man, did not pay a penny in federal income taxes. He achieved this feat again in 2011, and in 2018, Tesla founder Elon Musk, the second richest person in the world, also paid no federal income tax. Bloomberg managed to do the same in recent years. Billionaire investor Carl Icahn did it twice. George Soros paid no federal income tax 3 years in a row. A spokesperson for Soros said in a statement, between 2016 and 2018, George Soros lost money on his investments. Therefore, he did not owe federal income taxes in those years. Yeah, because an American is a citizen. If they have too much money in the bank, they have to pay taxes on that shit, but not fucking George Soros. So again, these are the people that tell you, middle America, you need to give all your money to the government that we tell you every day you can't trust, so they can decide what to do with it. 2017, Soros gave a staggering, listen to this. Moreover, 2017, George Soros gave a staggering $18 billion to his Open Society foundations, which funds left-wing causes. The New York Times described it as one of the largest transfers of wealth ever made by a private donor to a single foundation. It may also have functioned as a tax shelter, allowing Soros to deduct money from his taxable income. Yeah, 18 billion, but I didn't make any money. I know what y'all are talking about. We broke, but hey, socialism. That man don't give a shit about socialism, the American people. He don't give a damn what color you are, what religion you are. This man is known and has a history of trying to destroy countries, going in and ripping them apart, crashing their economy so he can swoop in right after they're down on their damn knuckles, and so he can go buy them out and they could be indebted to him, and he can reconfigure it however the hell he wants. That's why he's kicked out of his own damn home country. Sorry, there you go. There's that shit for the day.
There's that shit for the day. All right.
Yep, you know what I mean.
All right. Well, let's talk about one of the other things that continue to plague the country and the world, and that is, of course, the old COVID stuff, right? Well, we get this out of Rare today. Virologist Sukrit Bhakdi warns parents, if you give that jab to your child, you are committing a crime. Let that sink in, folks. And this goes to you folks who believe so highly and mightily of your jab makers, the AstraZenecas, the Pfizers and company. When you take the jab, you are triggering a reaction in your body that is potentially lethal. Dr. Sukrit Bhakdi. Prominent German virologist Dr. Sukrit Bhakdi advises the public not to receive the potentially lethal Chinese coronavirus vaccines. The esteemed doctor warns parents if they vaccinate their defenseless children, they are committing a crime. In a short video released by Dr. Bhakdi, he explains that all brands of the experimental gene-altering mRNA injection known as the coronavirus, and I'll use quotes vaccine because it's not, it's gene therapy, cause the immune system to explode into action to fight the virus. The immune system's response triggers the formation of thrombi that can be lethal. We have always had a deep concern that this explosion would set by chain reactions leading to the formation of blood clots in your vessels, clots that no one can see, but they can feel if the clots form in your brain, Dr. Bhakdi explained. Just like what we've seen now with the AstraZeneca one that was later pretty well ostracized and put on the shelf by much of the EU. And then, of course, we started to see few cases of that here with the Pfizer jab as well. The prominent physician added if vaccinated people do experience blood clots and cerebral vein thrombosis, they will have splitting headaches, nausea, vomiting, paralysis, so many things that so many people have been reporting. To detect if a vaccinated person has blood clotting happening somewhere in their body, they can take a D-dimer lab test, stated Bhakdi. Now, a number of German doctors have been measuring the D-dimers in the blood of patients before vaccination and days after vaccinations, irrespective of symptoms. They have just found out the triggering of clot formation is a very common event with all vaccines, Bhakti warned. The dire warning, the doctor sends an alarming warning to those who are taking the vax. When you take this jab, you are allowing your body, you are triggering a reaction that is potentially lethal. He implores adults not to take the vax. Therefore, I strongly advise people not to get the shot. If you want to as an adult, you may, but you must realize that you are undergoing a threat. In the final moments of the video, the doctor issued parents his most serious message about the coronavirus vaccine. Do not give the shot to children because they're absolutely without any possibility of defending themselves. If you give that jab to your child, you are committing a crime.
My name is Sucharit Bhakti. I'm a physician and scientist. This magic bullet, the jab, is supposed to cause your immune system to explode into action and combat the virus. We have always had deep concern that this explosion would set off chain reactions leading to formation of blood clots in your vessels. Clots that no one can see, but they can feel. If the clots form in your brain, you have splitting headaches, nausea, vomiting, paralysis, so many things that so many people have been reporting. How to find out? You see, there's a lab determination, the D-dimers, that if they go up in your blood, it is proof that clot formation has taken place in your vessels. Now, a number of German doctors have been measuring the D-dimers in the blood of patients before vaccination and days after vaccination, irrespective of symptoms. And they have just found out that triggering of clot formation is a very common event with all vaccines, meaning that when you take this jab, you are allowing your body, you are triggering a reaction that is potentially lethal. Therefore, I strongly advise people not to get the shot. If you want to, as an adult, you may, but you must realize that you are undergoing a threat. Do not give the shot to children because they are absolutely without any possibility of defending themselves. If you give that jab to your child, you are committing a crime.
Yeah, just FYI, he studied here in America. Now he's in Germany, I believe, is where he is. But yeah.
While I'm on the subject, I want to touch briefly upon what has been going on in India as well. Here in recent weeks, obviously, this latest round, this 1.617, or now I believe what is called the Delta version or whatever, and since now made its way to China and Australia, et cetera, et cetera. Very interesting developments have gone on. In the early days, we saw supposedly, people dying in the streets, people falling out of ambulances, all sorts of hype and crap. And then, of course, you get word from the streets, and it's just like, yeah, none of that's going on here. This is all smoke and mirrors and BS coming out of the media. Okay, interesting. So in the meantime, some interesting news came out in the last week or so that said that India had to get 300 million jabs for its people. And I think it was by e-biological or something along those lines. I forget which country these were coming out of, but nonetheless, it made me question. I says, wait a minute, what's going on here? Because if anybody knows anything about India and what they have seen by way of any sort of Gavi or Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and that over the years with any jab whatsoever, whether it be HPV or anything along those lines, that they are extremely against jabs in general. And mind you, when all this came out, we talked about hydroxychloroquine, which, again, malaria, chloroquine, tonic water, things of that nature. The British, when they occupied India at the time, were taking this very thing while in India to combat it. So they're very well versed on this stuff. And then, of course, ivermectin, right? We've heard a lot about ivermectin as of late. And so I says, oh, that's very interesting. Why in the world would 300 million jabs suddenly be needed for India? What the hell is going on here? Because even their Supreme Court over the years have basically gone after Bill and Melinda Gates and says, you guys aren't even welcome in the country. Get your jabs the blankety blank out of this country. So it was like, oh, this is a weird about face, because obviously with HCQ, ivermectin, or all these things, you would think that they would have a pretty good handle on this. And then the story broke yesterday. A very interesting story, in case you might have missed it. And it was this, that the High Court in India has now issued, I don't know if they want to consider it an arrest warrant, but they're looking for documents from a very prominent source from the World Health Organization, who basically openly lied and hid information about, guess what? Ivermectin. Gee, where have we heard that playbook play out before? Didn't we see the very same thing about HCQ and cherry picking of data and all that stuff in the very early days by our quote unquote media who's in the know, cherry picking data? Same thing happening here in India, the very same thing. And so just yesterday, like I said, the High Court has gone after whoever, I can't remember the gal's name. I'd have to go back through my records here. But at the end of the day, this is how you have to combat all this stuff with truth at the end of the day, because all the lies, Nat, all the propaganda, disinformation, lies, obfuscation, all that is at the nth degree at this point. It's unbelievable. And I find it extremely hard to believe that a country like India would succumb to and bow to pressure of going with the jab, knowing fully that HCQ, ivermectin, and that have been very, very prominent and less costly to institute for COVID fixes and whatnot, and that as well. So anyway, I say all that to say this: do your research, dig, trust yourself. Do not trust the damn media. Do not trust your politicians. Do not trust anybody but what you find.
Speaking of digging, could we drop that article that you just got done reading, Breaking? They're asking for it in chat.
The rare one? Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Amy Mick does a great job finding a lot of this information. If you remember right, back in the days of Q, she was Q'd several times. There you go. Carry on.
All right, so I'm going to end this with what I had pulled today. I didn't know what time you were going to jump in, Sonny, because I didn't and heard. So I'm going to end with what I have for today on the education system, which is kind of where I focus a lot of my attention whenever I can. I'm going to play a couple clips of what's happening with these teachers that are trying to push back, and some parents that are trying to bring awareness to what's happening with CRT, and then that'll be all I have for today. So I'm going to share this with you guys. Two things here. Let me see. This one right here is one. It's from a teacher. It says, fire us. If he'd fire us all if he could, so that he could replace us with all the people of color. Teacher at Posh, New Jersey school quits over critical race theory. If you scroll down here, it says, last fall, 2 administrators informed faculty that certain viewpoints simply would not be tolerated during our new race-explicit conversations with our new anti-racist work. They said that no one would be allowed to question the orthodoxy regarding systematic racism. The message was clear. The faculty was silent response. The reality is that fear pervades the faculty on at least 2 separate occasions. In 2017, 2018, our head of school, standing at the front of Hajar Auditorium, told the entire faculty that he would fire us all if he could, so that he could replace us with all with people of color. This year, administrators continue to assert Dee's policy that we are hiring for diversity. Dee has become a workplace that is hostile towards educators based solely on their immutable traits. I'm going to play you a little bit of what this woman said. It kind of goes in about her letter, but this is in her own words. This is who it is.
Today I am resigning from a job that I love. My name is Dana Stangl Plow. I became an English teacher at Dwight Englewood School 7 years ago because as a parent, I loved how the school both nurtured and challenged my own children. But over the past few years, the school has embraced an ideology that is damaging to our students' intellectual and emotional growth, an ideology that requires students to see themselves not as individuals, but as representatives of either an oppressor or oppressed group. This theoretical framework pervades every division of Dwight Englewood as the singular way of seeing the world. As a result, students now arrive in my classroom accepting ideology simply as fact. I've seen up close how this hinders their ability to read, write, and think. They've become obsessed with power hierarchies. I teach students who recoil from a poem because it was written by a man. I teach students who approach texts in search of the oppressor, who see iniquities in texts that have nothing to do with power. This ideology limits students' ability to observe and engage with the full fabric of human experience in our literature. In my professional opinion as an educator, the school is failing to encourage healthy habits of mind, essential for growth, such as intellectual curiosity, humility, honesty, reason, and the capacity to consider multiple perspectives and weigh competing ideas. In our school, the opportunity even to hear competing ideas is practically non-existent. Sadly, as a result, the school is leading many to become true believers and outspoken purveyors of a regressive and illiberal orthodoxy. Our young students have no idea that the school has placed ideological blinders on them. Of course, not all students are true believers. Many pretend to agree because of pressure to conform. I've heard from students who want to ask a question, but stop out of fear. I've heard from students who don't participate in discussions for fear of being ostracized. One student didn't want to develop her personal essay about an experience she had in another country because she was worried that it might mean she was, without even realizing it, racist. In her fear, she actually stopped herself from thinking. The very definition of self-censorship.
Okay, so she goes on a little bit longer, but I'll cut that one short because I have one other one to play. But that was a teacher trying to speak out about what she's seeing happening in the schools. This is another lady. This is in New York. And she's pretty outspoken. She's pretty good too.
I'm Ibrahim, and I'm here for the first time. I'm here tonight not only as a community member, but as a parent in this district. Recently, you sent out a survey wanting to know why parents were not voting yes for this budget. So my situation, my vote for no is a little different. I think the Board of Education and those sitting on the panels are thieves. I think they're liars and have committed treason against our children. My message to this district and the members of the Board of Ed: stop indoctrinating our children. Stop teaching our children to hate the police. Stop teaching our children that if they don't agree with the LGBT community, that they're homophobic. You have no idea each child's life. You don't know what their family lifestyle consists of. You don't know the makeup of their life. You have children like mine who is Muslim, and I'm Christian, and everyone would think, they would never believe that of her, right? Because the way she looks, or according to Miss Cyrus, she's too pasty white.
Ma'am, excuse me, I'm up here.
Ironically, this video cuts right here and it gets back.
We're not allowed to use names. If you have something you'd like to discuss about a specific person, you can call the superintendent or leave your info for her to call you tomorrow.
Why are we not allowed to discuss names? Why am I not allowed when they purposely themselves expose themselves on social media, talking about calling for the death of a former president, or saying that any child that doesn't believe in Black Lives Matter should be canceled out? Is this what my tax dollars is paying for? You're teaching my children and other children that if they believe in God Almighty, they're part of a cult. These educators put their own names out there. We have Mr. Barry, who took it upon himself with Miss Cyrus to create a curriculum.
That should be it.
Do you want the proof? I have the proof. You created a curriculum of Black Panther indoctrination.
Ma'am.
You use taxpayers' dollars.
Can I ask you one more time? I have no issue hearing what you have to say, but
why can we not let the public speak? Why can't we let the public know that you're teaching our children to go out and murder our police officers? Do you want the proof? I have the proof. Is that what scares you, the proof? That a parent actually standing up against all of you? Is that what scares you, to call out the names of these people? You work for me. I don't work for you. You have a duty. We are entrusting our children to you. We teach our children morals, values when they grow up to commit crimes and end up in prison and kill a police officer. It's our fault? No, it's your fault. You're emotionally abusing our children and mentally abusing them. You're demoralizing them by teaching them communist values. This is still America, ma'am. And as long as I'm standing here on this good ground earth of God, I will fight. And this is not the last of me you will see. I'm retired. I have nothing else better to do. We can do it peacefully, or we can take it to the highest courts, because you know and I know I'm not the only parent fighting this all across America right now. Schools are trying to poison our children's minds, teaching them about things that they have no right to be taught in school.
So normally, I'm just going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to just give you just a feedback for a moment. I have no problem having a peaceful discussion. This is not a peaceful discussion.
No, that's your opinion. See, here we go again. This is peaceful. To me, this is peaceful.
Well,
I'm not burning, looting, and murdering. This is peaceful.
No, I did not accuse you of that, but I don't have a problem having a conversation with you, a peaceful conversation, which is, this is not.
$6.95 per child in the middle school to buy a curriculum from readtome.org that wasn't even approved by the Board of Ed. The administrators took it upon themselves to buy these books with taxpayer dollars while COVID is going on. How many families are struggling to pay their mortgages? Listen, by all means, you want to teach kids these things, fine. Don't do it on my dollar. Don't infringe on my religious beliefs. Don't infringe. Do you know who makes up the majority of this district? Children from police officers' families. Blues. Back the blue children. Do you know what these children feel like when they come home? Have you spoken to them? No, you're silencing them. This whole cancel culture, you're silencing the children. Where are their rights? They have no rights. Because if they don't believe in the indoctrination, the demonic, twisted, sneaky, vile acts and education, if you call it that you're teaching our children, they don't agree with that. They're either homophobic, they're part of a cult, they're racist. What's racist? Who defines racist? Why? Because do you know what race I am? Do you? You don't. You don't even have an idea.
Stop it there. This is what has to happen. I played a lot longer than that than I normally do. I don't usually play really long videos here, but I think it's important because that's exactly what people have to do. They do what that lady has done. To stand up in front of these people and call them out. You saw what they tried to do. They tried to shut her down and say, oh, you're being divisive. Oh, I'll have a peaceful conversation. She didn't leave because they can't force you to leave. What they try to do is shut people down and silence them from intimidation and accusing you of all kinds of different things. Stand your ground. Wow. Go in front of these people and stand up for your kids. Go ahead.
And more importantly, don't go there just with emotions riding high because of reports you saw, things you saw on Facebook. Do your actual homework. Go dig and understand back through records on what should be public meetings that are for the public to see, where the dollars are being spent, things of that nature. Do your actual homework so that when you get there and you have your stack of stuff, let's say, you can hold those pieces of paper up and say, look, I have the proof. Stand on it. And I think that the rest of the folks in the audience, the other parents and whatnot, will probably thank you for it because, again, we're all busy at the end of the day. And thank God for somebody like her who is retired that has time to be able to dig on stuff like that. Not everybody does. And a lot of these people, they bank on the fact that you don't take the time to investigate these things. And that's where they win.
Yeah, and I will end with this. If you're looking for something kind of biblical, in my just saw this, by the way. I don't have to say anything else except look at the title. Cicadas, which is another name for locusts, attack Joe Biden as he leaves for Europe. Joe Biden was surprised Wednesday when a cicada crawled up his neck and prepared to depart for his flight in Europe. Just saying, folks, it's kind of like the flies that landed on Hillary Clinton's face, and when they landed on damn Pence's head during that debate he had with Kamala. Listen, bugs know where the shit lies. That's all I'm going to say.
That's right. And I guess before we turn it over, I do have one more on the other major topic in that out there, and that, of course, is what's been going on by way of the audits. This came out by way of Gateway Pundit here today. It says former Obama AG Eric Holder, held in contempt of Congress charge, again ignores Constitution. It says DOJ should stop 2020 election audit of Maricopa County. This dimwit, dumbass, who clearly does not know the Constitution, they don't have the authority. It's a state's rights. The DOJ has absolutely no authority or say in the matter, period. A crook who gets away with crimes is more likely to commit more crimes. This is human nature, and this is Eric Holder, Mr. Gun Runner himself. At the end of the day, Obama's first U.S. Attorney General was arguably the most corrupt AG in U.S. history. He was the only AG ever held in contempt of Congress charges. And of course, nothing ever happened, by the way, because Congress themselves are equally corrupt. Anyway, this was for refusing to address the concerns of Congress related to the Fast and Furious campaign. Now, the corrupt former AG is urging the department he once led, the Department of Justice, to interfere in the audit taking place in Maricopa County, Arizona. Unfortunately for Holder, the Constitution of the U.S. and of Arizona allows the Arizona Senate to perform an audit of the country's 2020 election results. Interfering with this audit would be against the U.S. and Arizona state constitutions and would therefore be illegal. And I guess I would expound on that and say, well, if they actually had a constitutional sheriff down in Maricopa, they could easily arrest any of the feds coming in, but unfortunately they don't. They have a Soros plant. So at that point, the people of Arizona would likely need to get their coroner involved to arrest and carry out those sorts of measures, because the coroner is the only other person capable of arresting the sheriff. Know that. The Democrats are trying to label the audit a mess. The polished former AG Holder calls it a fraudit, but nothing could be further from the truth. Washington Examiner reported on Holder's remarks as former Attorney General Holder offered strong words of condemnation on Monday for what he called a fraudit after MSNBC host Rachel Madcow brought up recent controversies related to voting rights and the GOP-led Arizona Senate's audit in the state's most populous county. All the things they are doing now are counterproductive. They are without basis, and they will harm our hard-won democracy, Holder said. Idiot. Referring to the Maricopa Review and similar efforts sprouting in places across the country as former President Donald Trump pushes claims of fraud in the 2020 presidential contest. All I gotta say is, Eric, why so scared? Open the books, brah. Holder never should have gotten near the DOJ. He has no idea what's going on in Arizona. He only barks because that's what Obama tells him to do. If Holder cared for integrity and the truth, he would be encouraging the Arizona audit and audits everywhere. He wouldn't be trying to stop them. Holder and the rest of the cabal are scared to death and don't want to be found out. And along those lines, Pennsylvania folks and that have already been down there to witness the audit, and I think there's at least 5 other states. I think they sent a consortium of folks from Georgia down there recently, and maybe 4 other states and that are also heading down to lay witness to this audit taking place, because I think they're about to wrap up. Last I saw here in recent days, I think they were under like 4 pallets left or something like that to finish up the actual hand count. So yeah, tell the DOJ and the feds to pound sand.
Yeah, just FYI, Eric Holder was fired.
Doesn't matter.
Well, what I mean is, like, this guy might need to learn what the term justice means, or transparency, or if there's nothing to hide, then why is everybody spending so much time, energy, and money trying to hide it or trying to shut it down?
Yeah, somebody like Brian Terry's parents, I'm sure, would love to get a hold of Mr. Holder for his misdeeds and the fact that he was killed as part of the gun running operation under Fast and Furious that happened to be in the hands of the cartel that took his life.
Yeah, just remember, military-style weapons apparently are horrible for Americans to own, but if you're a part of the Obama administration, you can send them down across the border and put them in the hands of MS-13 members that they're still finding in barrels to this day. So spare me. Spare me the bullshit. But, okay, I'm going to get out of Sonny's way. Thanks for showing up a little bit early today, Sonny.
Yeah.
Got kind of prepared to cover some stuff. But, yeah, everybody, by the way, Daddy Dragon's fine. Nothing wrong with Daddy. He just had some stuff he had to do this evening, so he is fine, though. He is perfectly fine.
He's taking care of business every day. There you go. That's DD.
All right, have a good one, Sonny. Talk to you later, guys.
Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody. Sorry. Oh my goodness. All right. Hope you're having a good day. We'll go ahead and get into some articles and do some tweet clips. All right, so let's get on it. All right. Okay, so I found some weird stuff today. I'm just gonna preface my show with that. Okay, so this was out of Study Finds. Oh my gosh, you guys. Every day it just gets weirder. So this article says, microscopic animal brought back to life after being buried in Siberian permafrost for 24,000 years. So it's from June 8th, 2021. This is Pushino, Russia. A strange water animal from the time of the mammoths has brought back to life after being buried in Siberia's permafrost for 24,000 years. Scientists say the tiny creature dug out of the subsurface soil in a state of suspended animation has even reproduced. Known as an Arctic rotifer, it measures less than a millimeter in length, or 1/25th of an inch. Despite its microscopic size, it has a complex body that includes a gut and a brain. The breakthrough offers hope of resurrecting. Whose hope? Whose hope? Not mine. I just want to make that clear. I'm not excited at all about this Jurassic Park movie we may live in soon. It's not my thing. Okay, so back to the article. Hope of resurrecting prehistoric beasts such as the woolly mammoth, the saber-toothed cat, and even humans. Yes, humans. Discovering the mechanism that protects the cell and organs from disintegration may hold the key to prolonging life. What is wrong with these people? Why do they want to fool around with this stuff? It's so nuts. So anyway, I'm going to leave that right there. And I thought this was kind of funny. Maybe my warped sense of humor, but here we go. And I'll have to stop it because it is licensed.
I'm running for the mayor, I promise you.
Why did you take the vehicle?
Man, if I had a woman like you, I wouldn't even took it.
Come on, Jeffrey.
But I took it because God told me to. And guess what? God helped me do everything. I steal everything, man. I steal your heart, baby.
Come on, Jeffrey.
He's going to steal her heart. Oh my God. What? Oh my gosh.
Let's get in, buddy.
Tell us out though, man. I had to do it because God helped me do everything. Good and bad, man. He helped me to get away from the police. No, not this time.
Oh, yeah, you can
That time.
Why'd y'all steal the car, man? Did you take it?
No, I did it, man. He ain't do shit.
Do you have anything
I did it.
I don't know. Jeffrey's a little, I don't know, excited about being arrested and about what he did, apparently. Strange. Anyway, just caught my attention. It was on 911. Let's see. This was out of the Daily Mail. Even the White House thinks it's bad. Biden administration was perplexed at Kamala's snippy Mexican press conference answers over whether she will visit the border. White House insiders say they were perplexed by Kamala's reactions. She hit back at reporters when asked if she would eventually visit the Rio Grande. Harris said on a separate occasions, a border trip would be a grand gesture and short-sighted. Progressive Democrats were furious when she told migrants do not come, and the Biden administration had hoped her first trip would be successful. Now they fear that her PR missteps may have overshadowed any progress. Gee, you think? Gosh. And then there was this one. Let's see, pull it up. Out of Sputnik News, the headline reads, UFOs repeatedly took offline U.S. nuclear capabilities, ex-chief of Pentagon secret unit says. And this was from 6/9. Washington Sputnik, unidentified flying objects have repeatedly meddled with U.S. nuclear technology, forcing some facilities to go offline. Ex-head of Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, Luis Elizondo, told the Washington Post. Wow, the Post, yeah. The revelation comes ahead of the release of an unclassified report on unidentified aerial phenomenons observed by U.S. Navy pilots, which is expected to be submitted to Congress later in June. Now, in this country, we've had incidents where these UAPs have interfered and actually brought offline our nuclear capabilities. While some may deem the incidents to be something that is peaceful, there is data suggesting that the UFOs have meddled with other countries' nuclear technology and actually turned on them, put them online, the expert said. So anyway, I won't read the rest of that, but it sure does seem like they're pushing that narrative. But then I actually had an article too that said, let me see if I can pull it. I thought it said that they're expecting that the UFO thing is just going to be nothing major. So I'll go through some of these. I'm not seeing it right here, but I'll go through these pretty quickly. Yes, guns, beers, and trucks are being offered as incentives for people to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Yep, you got it. They're offering everything under the sun for people to get it. And out of PJ Media, Americans must demand a new tax system in the wake of a major IRS tax leak, by Stacey Lennox out of PJ Media. So yesterday, ProPublica published a database that included the personal tax information of several exceptionally wealthy Americans. It will not be linked here because the disgusting piece posted personal, possibly hacked information. The IRS better hope it was a hack, or else one of its own needs to go to jail. The laws governing the disclosure of tax information are ambiguous and have very few exceptions. The exceptions do not cover dropping the tax information of billionaires to a left-wing organization to support President Biden's tax plan. The fact that this has happened means either your tax information is not secure, or partisans within the IRS are willing to risk arrest to provide it to media outlets when it suits their purposes. Neither one is acceptable. However, whoever is running President Biden's social media account responded to the leak without acknowledging the ProPublica report directly. So just interesting. I did hear a show talk about this, and as much as it was very interesting, I was interested in the take of this particular journalist on, it is concerning that this information was dropped out into the public. So then AP News, mysterious black substance on Wells Beach is many dead bugs. So out of Wells, Maine, scientists have determined that a black substance that had settled near, eeks. Oh, is it going to let me? Near the shoreline over several days at a beach in Maine is made up of millions of bugs. Of dead bugs. One of the regulators who walked Wells Beach, Ed Smith, took photos of the substance in the sand and sent them to the State Department of Environmental Protection. The Portland Press Herald reported Tuesday. Smith wanted to know because he said his feet were dyed black after walking through it, and he wanted to know if it was possibly toxic. So it was clearly bugs, says this person. But this is the first time I've seen or heard of this in my 35 years. Yeah. So then I found this out of the Guardian, and this was Arizona refurbishes its gas chamber to prepare for executions, documents reveal. The Corrections Department has spent more than $2,000 on ingredients to make cyanide gas, the same used in Auschwitz. This is a weird article. It is from May 28th, 2021. The state of Arizona is preparing to kill death row inmates using hydrogen cyanide, the same lethal gas that was deployed at Auschwitz. Documents obtained by The Guardian reveal that Arizona's Department of Corrections has spent more than $2,000 in procuring the ingredients to make cyanide gas. The department bought a solid brick of potassium cyanide in December for $1,530. So that's just kind of bizarre. I don't know. It just caught my eye and I thought it's kind of weird. Anyway, let's see. Let's go on. Out of the Defender, unvaccinated cadets at West Point forced to live in tent for summer training. So parents of cadets at the U.S. Military Academy report leadership is forcing 37 unvaccinated cadets to live in a single tent for cadet field training during the months of June and July. By Pam Long. The Defender is experiencing, censorship. Okay, parents of, let's see, I just read that. Report the Academy's leadership is forcing 37 unvaccinated cadets to live in a tent designed for 20 people during the Academy's June and July cadet field training program. Vaccinated cadets will live in open bay barracks by platoons with a small separate section for female cadets. The barracks have electricity for fans during the hot summer months in New York and separate male and female latrines and showers. So this to me just signals more of this, what the heck, what is going on? Why are they treating these two groups of people so differently? And how is this going to continue? I did pull some articles. Yep, the celebrities are out in mass force to try to get us to think like they do. Celebrities join United Nations call for code climate change initiative. So there was that. This is out of Rebel News. Rebel News is out of Canada. COVID will become part of your lives. Yukon looking at repeat vaccinations. Yep. Yukon's chief medical officer of health told reporters that the territory is well positioned to allow residents to live their lives close to normal as they examine repeat or annual vaccinations for the population. COVID will become part of your lives, remarked Dr. Brendan Hanley in a press conference earlier today, adding that this disease is not going away. Yep, so they keep telling us. Let's see. What did I pull here? Oh, I think Soko covered that. Let's see, I'm going to jump that one too. Let's see. This one was unused Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine doses expiration. Unused Johnson & Johnson COVID doses are piling up as FDA waits to see if shelf life can be extended. Isn't this experimental? Have they, do they know what happens if they use? It's just nuts, just crazy. So is that going to be used on people? Are people going to have the choice? I don't know. Don't know what's going on with this stuff. Good to be aware of, though, people. The mysterious origin of the Northern Lights has been proven. Aurora Borealis, or Northern Lights, could easily be described as Earth's greatest light show. A phenomenon that's exclusive to the higher latitudes has had scientists in awe and wonder for centuries. The mystery surrounding what causes the Northern Lights has been speculated but never proven until now. A group of physicists from Iowa State University have finally proven that the most brilliant auroras are produced by powerful electric magnetic waves during geomagnetic storms. So the study shows that the phenomena, also known as Elfin waves, accelerates electrons towards Earth, causing the particles to produce the light show we know as the Northern Lights. This out of Big League, Hollywood Creep, and this is their title of their story. Tom Hanks endorses anti-white blood libel regarding Tulsa's race massacre. Yep. You know, more and more you just see this pattern, and maybe you all saw it before. I see it now of these. They're coming out, and whatever the narrative is, they come out in hordes and try to reinforce what they think we should believe. This, oh my gosh, this Red State. Alyssa Milano weighs a congressional run. Somebody give her a reality show, quick. Our favorite D-list actress turned leftist activist has decided to consider a run for public office. Another person who watched too many episodes of The West Wing and thinks it's reality. Why do these people think that? I suppose, you know, they can think that they can run, but I do think sometimes it's because they're, you know, famous, or they think that they're popular and that's why they run, not just because they're ordinary people who really want our country to be patriotic and America first. I think it's more that they are, you know, it's possibly power, in my opinion. But so then there was this out of expelled by pediatricians for declining CDC's vaccine schedule by Jeremy Hammond. And why I picked this is we were expelled by our son's pediatric practice for declining risk-carrying pharmaceutical products. I have thought about some of the things that they're doing. And I had just mentioned this to a friend yesterday, that is this what's next? Are they going to start like, well, I'm not going to be your doctor if you refuse? I think this is the second story I've heard similar to this. You know, like if you're going to refuse the treatment I'm recommending you, then, and in regards to these shots, then, you know, I can't be your doctor. Okay, interesting, because I thought we hired them. But something change? I don't think so. So then interesting engineering, Jeff Bezos headed to space in Blue Origin's first crewed space flight. Bezos will be on board Blue Origin's first human space flight next month. So I found that interesting because he had just, I believe he stepped down from Amazon, and I believe he's just a board member now. But Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, has revealed that he will travel to space on July 20th on the first crewed flight of the New Shepard, the rocket ship. Oh, get out of here. Rocket ship made by his space company, Blue Origin. If all goes as planned, Bezos will be the first of the rich space tycoons to ride on board the rocket technology that he spent millions creating. Moreover, not only is he heading into space, but he is also taking his brother with him. So there was that, something to keep eyes on. We're not surprised people are banned by Twitter. Oh, this is the one. Out of just the news, forthcoming UFO report won't resolve what's out there. So I thought that was kind of interesting. This is being put out there. I'm not going to play that, but it's surrounded by considerable hype and lackluster leak. The Pentagon's much anticipated UFO report will be delivered to Congress in June, possibly as early as this week. The report likely will resolve little, but will fuel added speculation about what's out there, one Pentagon official told Just the News. The official has not read the report, but has briefed on some of its contents. The report was compiled as part of a provision in the 2.3 spending bill signed last year by then President Donald Trump. The provision required that multiple agencies, the Officer of Naval Intelligence, the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, and the FBI deliver to Congress a detailed analysis of unidentified aerial phenomena, data, and intelligence. Yeah. So... And then this last article I have is just, there was good news that teacher that was placed on leave for speaking about school's ridiculous pronoun policy has been reinstated. So that's good news. And went into that rather quickly, but just covering those articles a little bit, tell you what's out there. And then let's see. Out of my videos and bookmarks, there are times when it's hard to tell Boris' message from Joe Biden's. As the world builds back better from coronavirus, Cornwall will lead the way. So I will have to play this. It's licensed. I'll do a break in it.
Hi folks, it's fantastic to be here at Port at the very beginning of our G7 summit, and you can see Launcher 1 behind me, and we're hoping very much this will be the kind of launcher that will be used by Virgin to send UK payloads, UK satellites up into space and really put the Newquay spaceport on the map. And I'm here at Carlin Cross, which is an amazing site.
So I had to stop that and break it.
They've not only got wind power, they've got solar power. I've just put in a new solar panel and battery power together, so that whether it's sunny or whether it's windy, they've always got clean, green, renewable energy.
Wait, he didn't say whether it was cloudy or not. It's cloudy there, Boris. Come on.
Going to benefit massively from the G7 summit, and we're putting in a lot of projects to help stimulate employment, new e-bike schemes, business hubs.
So how about like if it's cloudy and it's not windy and it's not sunny? Just asking for a few million people.
Supporting apprenticeships on like all this amazing green homes construction project. There's no doubt at all the G7 is going to be of huge value as we build back better, build back greener.
Yeah, there we go. Built back better, their favorite saying of the year. So I clicked this. Right Side Broadcasting is crushing it right now. It's pretty darn hard to climb to number 3 on the App Store and get a few 100,000 concurrent viewers. Glad I have the app on my Fire TV. The future of RSBN is bright. Woohoo! Love that. Good for RSBN. I pulled this Breaking Segregated concert at Foo Fighters. Oops. And Madison Square Garden revived the ugly legacies of ghettoization and Jim Crow. So, yep, segregated concert this weekend. Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters are headlining a segregated concert at Madison Square. And guess what, folks? I wonder who's being segregated. Let's see. Yep, you guessed it. Let's see, where does it say it? I'm not seeing where they say it. There we go. Yep. We're going to put the vaccinated over here and the unvaccinated over here. Yep, that's the plan. So here's a little break from all that seriousness. Now, this is hard for humans to do. This is a dog.
Nice work, bud.
Isn't that great? What a smart little doggy. That's cool. All right. So this was out of BBC, and I'm pretty sure BBC is behind a paywall. COVID hospital cases rise above 1,000 in UK. Who knows if that's true, because they don't tell us the truth always. So there's that. Scientists say they are still uncertain about the size of a third wave, but vaccination will be the key. Yeah, so take that for what you will. I'm so tired of it, folks. It's just grr. Anyway, we'll let Alex Lanes rant a little bit here.
Working on the border crisis 4 months later, did she happen to stop by the border on the way down, saying America will continue to enforce our laws, secure our border, and for illegals to not make the dangerous trek over? I wasn't even aware you were enforcing laws. Stopping the border wall construction is securing the border to you. Getting rid of the Remain in Mexico policy is securing the border to you. Bringing back catch and release is securing the border to you. Telling illegals not to cross falls on deaf ears when the incentives that you guys placed encourages the complete opposite. And out of the side of your mouth, you're promising free healthcare, housing, schooling, groceries. Do you know why it's a dangerous trek over? Because people are dying. People are drowning. Women and children are trafficked. Home and business owners along the border are being robbed and assaulted because gangs are coming across. Weapons and drugs are being smuggled in. You would know that if you showed your face down there. I did. But you and President Houseplant for the last couple months couldn't even be bothered with the crisis. So until you're down there physically supporting Border Patrol and custom agents, encouraging legal immigration, and protecting Americans, I don't want to hear a single thing coming out of your mouth.
Oh my, I think she said resident houseplant. Okay, I see someone say, excuse me, 5x5, but from what I understood, if you were not vaxxed, you could not go to the concert. Let me go see. Maybe I misread the article. Okay, let's see. Bringing it up. Let's see. I'm kind of reading through it. So it talks about, it's talking a lot about like Hitler's time and that kind of thing. It didn't start out talking really about the concert until down here. So it says this weekend, Foo Fighters will headline a huge concert at Madison Square Garden, signaling the return of the Big Apple, except the only people who can attend are those who can prove they are vaccinated. This is a blatant form of discrimination that harkens back to the dark days of segregation. So there was that. I know that I saw an article on Miley Cyrus that she had also is doing a concert or has done a concert, and it's only for vaxxed people too. They are starting to do that business. It's really just disgusting, in my opinion. So this was breaking news today. GameStop names former Amazon execs Mike Furlong as CEO and Mike Rucapiro as CFO, CNBC, out of CNBC. So this video seriously swimming with a mask on. I don't know. Some of this is just bizarre world. Now, I find this interesting. Anti-vaccine nurse attempts to prove false claim that COVID-19 vaccines are cause magneticism at Ohio, sorry about that, legislative committee.
Vaccines do harm people. By the way, so I just found out something when I was on lunch, and I wanted to show it to you. We were talking about Dr. Tenpenny's testimony about magnetic vaccine crystals. So this is what I found out. So I have a key and a bobby pin here. Explain to me why the key sticks to me. It sticks to my neck too.
Okay, so the key stuck to her, but she couldn't get the bobby pin to stick or the key to stick.
I got this. Yeah, so if somebody can explain this, that would be great. Any questions?
So they're discounting that. But if you read, there is a case that has in Florida where they are saying it was Moderna, and the neurologist is confirming it, that he can't find anything wrong with his patient. She had no symptoms of the symptoms she had after she had the shot. And she, I believe, was doing videos with the magnets. And I don't know why they're trying to like, well, I guess, okay, I'll go back. I saw a lot of videos, compilations too, and I was skeptical. I saw a reporter do like, I'm not sure the number. I think it was like 5 out of 9 people she talked to, or 6 out of 9 people, the magnet stuck, the other people it didn't or something. And she was going from person to person. Of course, it's a video. I have no idea if she was a real reporter or what. All that to say that do your research, folks, look it up. There are magnetic nanos that they have been using in medicine. It's like groundbreaking. They use it for chemo. They use it for cancer. So if you go ahead and do your research, don't believe me, go ahead and look it up. There is something to the magnetics. Do I know for sure? No, I have not seen it in person. I don't know anybody who's done that. I'm skeptical of videos too, but that's what led me down that trail to looking up articles and finding that, yes. Okay, Nanan 147, I see you in live chat saying I did it on my mother, it works. I did hear one person I'm familiar with, a nurse that was on a show that said they actually did that for her when she had breast cancer, I believe, and chemo. They used magnetics right under the skin or something. But it does happen. It is interesting. It's too bad that they just don't tell us the truth. Let's see. So this was breaking news 2 hours ago. Multiple rockets land in the vicinity of Balad Air Base located north of Baghdad, Iraq. Iran's IRGC affiliated Telegram channel claiming more than 5 rockets have hit the Balad Air Base. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. So I don't see where they came from. Al Hadath reports 3 rockets land inside Balad Air Base without casualties. Sky News Arabia reporting 3 Katyusha rockets fired from Diyala province and the site of a U.S. company specializing in the maintenance of F-16 was damaged. So he says, reminders, Iran's IRGC Quds force chief arrived in Iraq today. And 2, senior commander of Iran-backed Iraqi groups released from custody today. So there was that. Oh, you know what? I think he just, in that one part, just said that. No, I guess not. Okay. All right, so there was that. Well, this is kind of interesting. This was out of, I believe, I wish I would have kept the other one. I had 2 of these. I believe they said this was out of the UK. Let's give it a listen.
Oh, hi. You have a press office at Western Hospital?
We do. I'll put you through.
Thank you very much, my love.
Maybe I'm wrong and it's Australia. I'm sorry.
Stuart speaking.
Oh, hi. Oh, sorry, who was speaking? I didn't hear that.
Stuart, sorry.
Stuart. Okay. Hi, Stuart. My name's Kate Richards. I'm a freelance independent journalist.
Hello.
I've been doing some freedom of information requests, and I've had one back recently from Bristol and Western, University Hospital, Bristol and Western. So that's you guys.
Okay. That is Australia, I think.
Isn't it, as well? About the number of cycles that you're running your PCR tests on, and it's come back at a rather high 45. Now, I don't know if you're aware that Harry Mullis, the man who invented the PCR test, said anything over 24 or 25, you will find anything that you're looking.
Oh, that's interesting. I think a lot's going down in Australia right now.
For, which means it's basically medical fraud. And I just wondered if you had any comment on that.
Sorry, I've just been on annual leave, so I have no idea what this is or where it's come from. So.
I've done a freedom of information request to you about the number of cycles that you run your PCR tests on as standard. And obviously, you know, the PCR test.
Having to stop it just because I'm not sure if this is licensed. I don't think it is, but there's a logo on it.
If you run it over a certain amount, if you run it over 25, you get a 97% positive, false positive, which means you're running yours on 45, which means 97% of your positives are false. So your data is false, which means you're complicit in medical fraud.
Could you email me all of this over so I can send it off to the person that's dealing with it?
I can.
This woman is informing him of what her research and her ideas about what's going on with that. Heaven help us. Oh my goodness. All right. So BBC News, US President Joe Biden says he plans to meet with Putin to let him know what I want him to know. Yeah.
This is my first as President of the United States. I'm heading to the G7, then to the NATO ministerial, and then to meet with Mr. Putin to let him know what I want him to know. And at every point along.
Oh my, I don't know, but that looked like he didn't really realize what he said. But hey, it's just my opinion.
In a way, we're going to make it clear that the United States is back and democracies of the world.
We were never gone, mister.
World are standing together to tackle the toughest challenges and the issues that matter most to our future. That we're committed.
I can't stand listening to him. It's just too much. Anyway, there was that. And since we are giving the news. So then there was this. Joe, pay attention, says Jill. Does Jill think this is cute? It isn't. I can't watch a charade anymore.
Joe and I are excited to visit with our troops and their families. You know, you can sit down. I don't want you to stand through.
You can sit. Oh my gosh.
Joe, pay attention. As the daughter
and sure, now he salutes.
Of a Navy signalman in World War II and a mother of a major who was in the Delaware Army National Guard and served a year in Iraq. And now, as your First Lady, I'm so proud to be here with all of you to begin our first overseas trip.
Yeah, there was that. And then there was this.
Thank you. And Sydney, you're 14 years old. When I was 14, if you please, at ease. I keep forgetting I'm president. Forgetting I'm president.
To run a few. This is a simple lie detector. I'll ask you a few yes or no questions, and you just answer truthfully. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now
and here's just some cuteness.
Right? You just had a whole bunch, so you can't have any. No treats for you. Waffles?
Just cute. So there's some language on this one. Warning, root.
Don't work and you get a song stuck in your head and you can't get it out, goes, do I diddy dum diddy do, fuck Joe Biden and Kamala too.
Let's see what this one is.
Are you feeling forced to get the vaccine? You really want to get it? Well, there's a new gender spectrum for you. We call ourselves the transvaxites. We identify as having the vaccine even though we haven't. I've finally found the accepting community for me.
Add one more gender, please. So this is just cute.
I could go for a sandwich. Come on, Lee. Let's go this way.
You know, I watch some of these videos with the animals, and I try to be careful with them because it's like you know, some of the stuff it's like people make animals do. It's like I don't really like it, but I found that interesting that the puppy is so relaxed. It's not like it's trying to get out of the cart or anything, the little carriage thing. And this one, what is she trying to do? What the heck, lady? Hey, that's private. Oh. I thought that was pretty funny. I need humor in my life. This is humorous too. Why is she prepping for the G7? I can see why he would. Interesting. Let's see. How about this?
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
And then, yeah, brings cardboard Kamala Harris to the U.S. board amid VP's visit refusal. So yeah, Kamala did make it to the border via Lauren Boebert. Let's see. This is Steve Mudflap McGrew, which is also Larry the Liberal. Larry got banned from Twitter. It's the same guy, and then his cousin Carl.
Hey, Carl here. I don't know if you noticed this or not. First thing popped into my head like pow, came to me. Joe Biden flew out of the country this morning, heading to England. Okay? Kamala Harris has gone out of the country, and she is down somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle. I mean, down there in the Golden Triangle, golden thing that she does. Whatever. They're both out of the country. Right now, you notice that? They're both out of the country. Both safely out of the country. Do you hear what I'm saying, Dwayne? What do they know that we don't know, huh? Why have they left the country at the same time? I didn't think a president and a vice president were ever supposed to be out of the country at the same time. Because what if something happened? See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You're putting down what I'm picking up? I mean, you know what I mean? I'm so excited that I've come up with this idea. I put it all together, and they don't know that I've done it. They've gone to country because something's about to happen. Something is going to happen. I don't know if it's over the Arizona audit or something else that's going down. But they is out of the country at the same time, and that ain't right. I ain't lying, Dwayne. Pay attention.
Breaking, you're in chat. Is that true that they're not supposed to be out of the country at the same time? Let's see. This supposedly the UK vaccination statistics. And it says 22.7% are not vaccinated yet. I'm sorry, I have a cough drop. Just a moment. Okay. Again, with the yesterday vaccine passport introduced, today, if you get vaccinated, you can win the lottery. Virus so deadly, you have to be tested to see if you have it. And the vaccine's so safe that you have to be incentivized to take it. Seems legit, right? I saw Soko play this one, Joe getting hit with the cicada. And let's see. Good question. Should I jab myself up with diabetic medication if I don't have the disease and I have a 99.98 chance of not getting it? One would say no to that. I think most people would. This is interesting. BlackRock is buying every single family house they can find, paying 20 to 50% above asking price and outbidding normal home buyers. Why are corporations, pension funds, and property investment groups buying? Yeah. Yield chasing investors are snapping up single family homes, competing with ordinary Americans and driving up prices. And then this guy put out there 1 year ago today, this was purchased for $2,941. The same order recorded today at $11,879. Okay, I do see you in live chat, Spectre, that you've seen it mentioned a couple times, but not aware of any provision. Okay. And I guess I didn't realize, I don't know if she was flying back today or if she's on some tour. But let's see. That darn COVID is a tricky virus. It targets anti-lockdown rallies, small businesses, family gatherings, and church services, but it skips BLM rallies, Israel, Palestine rallies, and this London vigil. I don't know what that particular vigil was for. This happened again. It's happened several times now, where this Trump flag has been dropped at games.
What does it say? Banner drop.
Woohoo! All right, and this says, this speech at the Loudoun County School Board meeting was absolute.
Fairfax County Public Schools give a message of encouragement to parents and teachers and students who are too afraid to come and speak forward. Parents, the longer that you wait and you don't hold your child's schools accountable gives these guys more time to dictate what's best for your child's physical, mental, and emotional health. Don't be afraid to speak out for your kids because they are voiceless and they rely on you. You should be afraid of them rooting for socialism by the time they get to middle school. Teachers, it may seem that our careers have come to a dead end, but I'm here to remind you we don't work for the school board. We work to mold the next generation of well-rounded American patriots. So don't give up because it is up to us. Students, you are on the front lines of these indoctrination camps. Challenge the staff when you're presented with a ludicrous statement, and do not allow anybody to tell you that you cannot accomplish anything because of your skin color or to hate yourself because of your skin color. Students, it is up to you to be the next generation of victims or victors. And finally, to the board, this isn't over, and your policies are just as pathetic as making us wear masks.
Nick Gofford, followed by Ryan.
Yeah, that's what they do. They cut the mic when they don't want to hear what you have to say and your time's up, but they get to keep talking. Let's see. This was out of Rebel News.
How be a cover-up? What are they hiding? And what do those emails say? And why can't I or we see them? A year later, we know from a more recent Globe and Mail report that the military proved what my research is alleging. Residents died from neglect, not COVID-19, in Ontario's long-term care homes. But they don't name Pinecrest Nursing Home specifically. They merely regurgitate the military report findings. See, there was no actual journalism that went into that article. But here at Rebel News, we have journalists who care and who want to get to the bottom of stories, and that's why I'm appealing Sheila Bristol's decision that apparently no records were found. These people, their family.
Wow, that's very disturbing.
And the public deserve to know what truly happened and who's at fault.
Absolutely. I really think Rebel News has been doing an outstanding job, and they've got to be like swimming upstream in Canada. So, I don't remember what this one was. Oh, I do. It's cute. Heartwarming. That's so sweet. And then here's a funny.
I pulled over and I told them the reason
That's the second. It says the things mothers will do for their offspring.
I pulled over and I told them the reason I was speeding is because you got hurt. What do you want me to lay? I don't care. In the driveway. And he's coming with me. Okay? Where'd you get pulled over at? Doing 40 and a 25. Mom, can you do it?
Holy shit. What? You just want me to lay?
Yes, just go lay in the driveway. We're coming. She's a loyal one. She's a loyal I pulled over and I told.
They pranked Mom. Gosh, they pranked her. Oh, you better run quick. So 20 hours ago, this happened. Breaking. Houston hospital system suspends 178 workers for not getting vaccinated. Pixels is in the house. All right, let's see. I don't know if I want to play this. This is, there's some swearing on it, but it's interesting when you hear what he has to say and how he says it.
So, never ever throw the towel in, you know? I know it's fucking crazy. It's a clown world, isn't it? It's a clown world. We're living in a proper fucking mental circus, mate. You know? I mean, like, I think I know this is dark, yeah, but I've got a bit of a dark sense of humour, right? Something that really makes me laugh. I was doing some gardening today, right, and I just started cracking up for no reason on my own, and I just thought that it's the same reoccurring thing that makes me laugh. There is people, yeah, queuing up, right, to be poisoned with some fucked up genetic technology that is still in trial, that no one has any clue what damage it's going to do to them, and they're doing it for their health. Oh man, it's so twisted. That is so twisted. Yeah, imagine you woke up from a coma fucking for 5 years of a coma and you walked around now and you just realised, what the fuck is going on? Everyone's walking around with a muzzle, yeah, stopping themselves breathing for their health. You got government sticking carcinogenic fucking 6-inch cotton buds straight into people's brains for their health.
Definitely interesting when you say it like that. This is out of Thomas Massey, and the sign says face mask required by federal law. That's interesting. Thing is, we never voted on this so-called federal law. Yeah. So he's saying they never voted on that being a federal law. I just like this GIF. You just cannot have too many flags on in the back of a pickup truck. It says it's for, this one is for Mara Gay, that gal that was so offended by the truck, big trucks and flags.
Ever been gay?
No, I haven't even thought about it, but I guess it's the first time for everything, huh?
Oh, cute. Just another day in Canada. That's a big moose. It's not only a big moose, but it's a big moose enjoying some water, the sprinkler system. He's taking a shower. Wow. Must have been a hot day in Canada. I haven't seen this one yet.
Alguien no crea, no tengo nada, ¿eh?
¿Qué te han puesto?
¿Y aquí el dedo? Nada.
Ostras.
That's got to be fake. They wouldn't do that to us. Oh, so that video before, I did save it. It was Bristol. This is insane. A private investigative journalist has completed a FOI on Weston Hospital asking specifically for the PCR cycles. And here is a TikTok with Elon Musk.
AI has a goal, and humanity AI has a goal, and humanity just happens to be in the way. It will destroy humanity as a matter of course, without even thinking about it. No hard feelings. It's just like if we're building a road, and an anthill happens to be in the way, we don't hate ants. We're just building a road. And so goodbye anthill.
I wonder if we're like ants. Goodbye anthill, huh? There was this.
¡A la verga! No way!
There's music on that, but that's a big police officer. Picks him up and walks him out. So this is this person's take on this. Reason number 4088 why women live 7 years longer than men on a worldwide average. No, folks, what do you think? Are men more daring than women?
want you to get this closed, right? Because I want to offer you a job. So here is the McDonald's application. I want you to fill that out as best as possible, right? And I want you to take a nice shower and get groomed for the job interview, okay? Okay, but it's not over yet. I saw you got no shoes. So I got you shoes and some sandals. So you don't have to walk barefoot no more. It's okay. Your life's gonna change, man.
Aw, I got tears in my eyes from that one. That was sweet. Your life's gonna change, man. Let's see, skip that. And you guys probably have seen this already. It says from this person, because being cucked slapped by unhappy constituent once just isn't good enough, especially when you can see it 3 times in a row, by the way. Isn't this how they say hello in France?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
So they showed it 3 times. Macron getting slapped. Let's see, today's the 9th, but from the 8th, activists occupied a Line 3 pipeline construction site in northern Minnesota yesterday, halting operations for the day. Just before 5 p.m., police from several departments came and began arrests, initially scuffling with the protesters linking arms at the entrance. Let's see, I got this clip. Here are Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the year before elections saying that we need paper ballots because voting machines can be hacked.
How are you going to keep it from being in a position where you can manipulate the machines, manipulate the records? The one way to do that is, I think we should pass a federal law mandating that the same machines with paper trails be mandatory for every federal election.
You write about working on the Senate Intelligence Committee and the fears you have about the elections being interfered with.
I'm going to stop it for licensing purposes.
And you said something I have been saying forever and ever, and I'm going to say 45 seconds. You've been saying that it's time for us to go back to paper ballots. Why?
Because Russia can't hack a piece of paper.
That's there right. You go. There you go. Senator Kamala.
Oh my gosh. Even Whoopi and what's her face? I can't even think of her name. Joy. You know, this one is upsetting. So, and just a warning. And I don't usually show these violent ones, but I'm going to show this particular clip.
Who did this to him?
Oh my gosh, that poor guy.
The reason why I show that is because I don't know if it's people are sending these around more. If that's a normal, not a normal, but you know what I mean, like a thing that people are doing more often now. If it's a social media thing, it just seems to me, is it happening more that people are having these random attacks, or has that been something that's happened and I hadn't paid attention to it before? Because I certainly know now that I try very hard to be aware of where I'm at and what I'm doing. Which is so sad that you can't just even dance on the street and not be concerned about random violence. I don't know, we've just been seeing so many of those clips. I just wonder what that's about. But here is Laura Ingraham on this clip. And again, I'll have to stop it because it's a Fox clip.
Far-left Rockefeller helped produce a shockingly prescient report on 4 possible future scenarios that could play out over the next 15 to 20 years. One of them involved a global pandemic That's remarkably similar to what happened over the last year. During this pandemic, quote, international mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt. Normally bustling shops and office buildings sat empty for months.
Well, that sure is interesting. One of 4 scenarios happened. Weird.
Devoid of both employees and customers. National leaders around the world imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temp checks. Wow, that does sound familiar. 10, 11 years ago. The report went on to detail how the powers that be would never let that
Yeah, the powers that be. Who are those powers?
Imaginary crisis end. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified. Citizens willingly gave up some of their sovereignty and their privacy to more paternalistic states in exchange for greater safety and stability. This heightened oversight took many forms: biometric IDs for all citizens, tighter regulations.
Wow, it's amazing. It's like they can tell the future. They had a plan.
Regulations of industries whose stability was deemed vital to national interests. Now, despite the Rockefeller report predating this show by many years, none of what was laid out in that report should surprise any Ingram Angle viewers. They want never-ending lockdowns and mandates for everything. The elites want the U.S. trapped in this.
I ever really didn't watch Laura Ingraham very much, but I did catch this clip. I do find it interesting that she's reporting on it.
Forever pandemic. How can Americans see this as anything but a naked power grab? The pandemic porn will never end, and they're going to use it to maintain total control over you. Now, we're now in the midst of the next step of the never-ending and ever-changing pandemic.
Okay, so I have to continue to stop it.
One where the supposed threats are constantly shifting despite all the evidence, and the experts will continually debase themselves and their professions to appease their Democrat overlords. And in the end, we're going to end up with more restrictions on our inalienable rights, whether they're government-mandated lockdowns or not.
Wow, it's amazing that she's got such insight.
Again, the results will be the same: higher energy prices, higher taxes, more racial polarization, more crime, and a lower standard of living.
I actually wish I would have caught more of this episode because she said that was one of 4 scenarios. Interesting. Let's see. That I'm not sure about. This was cute factor. Sweet.
In his hands he's got you and me, Eli. In his hands he's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world. In his hands he's got the whole wide world. In his hands he's got the whole world. In his hands he's got the whole world in his hands. He's got you and me, Mama. In his hands he's got you and me, Daddy. In his hands he's got you and me, brother. In his hands he's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got
I don't believe there's any sound to this one. So cute. Like, what? What? Someone's in my space. Oh, that's so cute. Now they called that an otter. Was it an otter? Oh, and I love this gal. I really like this gal.
Obviously are in order. Hi, I'm Savannah, and I say what I want, when I want, however I want. My voice is unique, it belongs to me, and it belongs to God. I don't do blind loyalty, I don't do hive mind. Never in my nearly 34 years on this planet have I ever thought with my skin color, and I'm not going to start. Assuming you're black, I don't owe you my loyalty. You are not my people. I've said this in a previous video and I'll say it again. My people are the people who are walking in the same direction as me. I'm not going to link arms with you just because you're black, especially if you insist on walking backwards. Nobody owns me. Nobody tells me what to do. I don't check my words with other brown-skinned people to make sure what I'm about to say is up to code. I don't give a damn. If what I have to say pisses you off, then so be it. I'm not in the business of pleasing people. Did you die for my sins? If the answer is no, then I don't need your validation. But enough about me. What's your name?
I love this gal. I would love to meet her. I think it would just be fascinating to talk to her. She actually has a YouTube channel where she goes out and, just expresses her thoughts and stuff and visits. I think she lives in New Orleans.
Maybe someone out there smarter than me knows the answer to this. I know that they're having drills today, and it's just drills. But why is the military practicing landing on the front lawn of the Capitol? Never before have I seen this. Why now? This may be a stupid question.
Yeah, why now? Here's a fascinating mystery. This person says, Brock Paul. Trump says he has not made a decision whether to have Pence on the ticket again. Really? Then today, Mike Pompeo tweets his admiration for Pence. Stunning. What is going on? Yeah, what's going on? Let's see. I don't remember this one, what it was about. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. And again, I'll have to stop it because it's licensed. What are they talking about?
Research in worst cities in the case of zombie apocalypse. Economic Modeling Specialists International ranked cities on their ability to defend against a zombie attack, stockpiling food, containing zombies, finding a cure. And if you live in New York City, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're toast. The city got the worst rating, followed by Tampa, Los Angeles.
Why are they rating cities by surviving zombie apocalypse?
Riverside and San Bernardino, California. Southern California really stinks. And Chicago. So the nation's three biggest cities, right? Best place to be? Boston. The city was rated as the place you most likely would survive. Other contenders here: Salt Lake City, Columbus, Ohio, Baltimore, Virginia Beach, and Norfolk, Virginia. But, I just have a problem with this, right?
Problem with it too. I have a problem with it too. What the heck?
Here I live in New York City, and I will admit that Manhattan may not be the best place to survive a zombie apocalypse. Number one, the food is going to go really fast. Number two, they can climb stairs. And as everyone knows, your buildings go up really high. But think if you live in Brooklyn, also part of New York City, or Staten Island. You could contain the threat to Manhattan and still have lots of farmland to grow food. I think if you live in Brooklyn, you'll be just fine. I'm not a scientist.
Wait, how do they know they can climb stairs? What the heck? This was just, well, like this Carrie Madej says, this is demonic propaganda, has to stop. We need to protect our children. UNICEF report says pornography not always harmful to children. What? These people, these places. It's absolutely nuts. There was this clip of church bells. It's kind of nice. Kind of calming, kind of nice. I'm almost down to my last 5 minutes. There was this from Normandy. There was this video. Oh, let me preface it with saying, never forget remembering D-Day 76 years ago. French caretakers take the sand from Omaha Beach in Normandy and scrub them into the letters to give them the brown gold coloring. They do this for all 9,388 soldiers who died. Well, God bless our vets. Thank God they fought for us and we have freedom. Let's see. This one's 136.
Wear your mask outside.
It feels weird not to. I just do it. I don't mind wearing it. I guess I'm just used to it, I guess.
I just have it on. I forgot it was on. You forgot it was on? Are you vaccinated? Why are you wearing a mask outside? What's your thought process? No comment.
I just feel like I have to wear it. I don't know why. I just want to wear it. Yeah, I guess like my friends wear them, so I'm like, if I might as well just too.
I feel like I won't take off my mask until everybody does.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We have
Peer pressure. Role modeling, right?
I mean, it's just there's a lot of anxieties with taking the mask off, you know, for the first time. So it's
because
probably
it's been so long.
Yeah, it's like a social anxiety at this point. It's just, you know, mental well-being and stuff.
So it's virtually impossible to get coronavirus outside while you're vaccinated.
Okay.
Does that change your thought process at all?
I mean, not really. I'm just gonna keep wearing it. I personally still wouldn't want to take the risk anyway, and I don't trust anyone else. So I'm just doing it for my own
Even if the
health.
science said it was like basically impossible, it still doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Extra precaution.
Because I want to protect others, and there's still risk no matter what.
So the science says it's virtually impossible to get the coronavirus if you're vaccinated or spread it while you're outside.
Sure.
Does that change your thought at all?
I know that, but it
Okay.
also sets an example, a visual example.
I agree with this. But
That's a visual example of how freaking stupid you are. Good Lord.
Hi, Pixels. How are you?
Not bad. How are you? You've always got something for me to comment on. Every time.
Fired you up, huh?
Yeah. Need a sip of coffee after that one. I guess I should have put some Kahlua in it.
That sounds good. Delicious.
Oh, so how are you doing?
I'm doing good. You guys got the heat too? The heat that's going on hot outside?
Oh, I thought you were like heat. I'm like, what, we're taking heat today? Like who's after us? I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, it's interesting weather here in Michigan where I'm at. It's 90 degrees and it's drizzling.
Oh gosh.
Oh wait, it just went down to 73 degrees and I guess it's thunderstorming. So it updated. So yeah, it's now thunderstorming outside. And it's a nice 73 degrees. I had the strangest like rain earlier. Strangest thing. It sounded like hail because like the raindrops were so thick and huge. It was just like hitting the house like pop, 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 like really big old raindrops. And then it would like stop. Like there was just like splotches of super crazy rain surrounding me. And every once in a while it would hit. And yeah, so it's been an interesting day for weather, but
yeah, it's been a little weird. And we've just had the heat. We haven't had the thunderstorms that other people have had, or the temperature drops. I've heard some people have had temperature drops big time. But Adel is in the house.
What's
he
going
is.
on, guys?
What's up, Adel?
Living the dream. Just getting set up and ready to go here. How are you guys doing today?
Good,
Not bad.
All right, guys. Well, you have a wonderful show, and we'll see you next week.
Excellent.
Alrighty.
Excellent. Thank you, Sunny.
Thank you, Sunny.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. All right, and I think we're up in hosting. We're hosting here on DL.
Right on.
Very cool. All set. Let me get my Foxhole chat set up over here so I can see you guys over in the Foxhole too. And I'm ready to roll. What's up, Pixels? How you doing, man?
Not bad. Just adjusting my stuff over here. It's like I feel like my webcam, like the lighting's blown out right now or something, but who cares? How was your show, man?
Awesome.
Yeah?
I took a lot of calls. I basically turned it into a giant call-in show today, and really enjoyed it. Lots of awesome conversation. And just a super supportive audience. All in all, really, really cool.
Very good. Awesome to hear, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on out there. There's a lot of news for us to hit today. So I'm excited for the show. Have you gotten a chance to look at a ton of it, or I mean, what have you seen thus far today?
Just been kind of following along with the audit in Arizona, obviously, enjoying hearing about the different states that have been visiting. I think that's really exciting. Doug Mastriano, our state senator, probably our most patriotic state senator here in Pennsylvania, said that they're looking to get a similar audit set up here in Pennsylvania by July at some point, which is exciting.
Oh, wow.
You have Georgia, and remember those ballots that were in the building, the door was found open. The guy who's doing that law says expect to have that audit, those ballots audited a few weeks after the court decision. And I believe the court date is in a couple of weeks here on the 21st of June. So that's exciting. And then in Michigan too, DePerno is pushing hard, showing evidence that their voting machines were accessed remotely a couple of times, which is just absolutely amazing. So there's a lot of stuff coming out on the audits. That's been really the main focus there. The main focus. The other thing that we talked about, and we can get into all of this stuff and expand on it, was this douchebag right here. I don't know if you saw this story, Pixels, but this was unbelievable. David Grohl,
oh yeah,
Foo
I've got
Fighters.
it.
Yeah. So we have this egomaniac that thinks that he's going to be able to convince people to get vaccines just to come listen to him, play his guitar. Unbelievable, man. So there's plenty of bullshit to talk about today. How about you? What have you been getting into?
Well, I had those. I also had some updates with the Ashley Babbitt situation. Apparently, her family has filed a lawsuit to reveal the identity of the officer who shot her. Now, considering to the Democrats and the rhinos out there that January 6th was this horrible day, and it was a full-fledged armed insurrection of the U.S. Capitol. I'm pretty sure the only real casualty of that day was Ashley Babbitt, who was shot literally in the Capitol building by a thus far unnamed police officer. That's the only person who died as a result of any violence that day. So, I mean, if they want to get to the, if they want justice for somebody who died, or someone's family who was hurt on January 6th, they should be all for having the officer's name put out there, right? I mean, it's just ridiculous. They're not. I don't know exactly what to say about it.
They're not interested in justice for anything. No. They're interested in
They're interested in demonizing half the country.
Yeah, they want to politically persecute a large portion of the country, and they want to. It's all about the narrative, right? It always is. It always is with these people. It's always about the narrative. So, no, I agree. It's a joke. That should be a huge investigation, because if you see that video, it was a straight up execution. I mean, she wasn't attacking anybody. She wasn't like being violent. You just see the gun come into the screen, like aim, steady, think about it. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like a reactive thing. It wasn't I mean, that was a straight up execution, and makes you wonder, like, it really makes you wonder what was really going on in that building that day. And I don't know, something just seems so off about it, man.
I have a theory about it. And before I talk about this, I just want to say, I have no evidence whatsoever. Not even circumstantial. Well, I guess I do have circumstantial evidence, but what I think the reason behind her execution, I think what they really wanted, I think they wanted on January 6th more chaos. They wanted mass violence. They wanted patriots to get really pissed off and do some crazy, stupid shit. The Capitol being broken into was not enough for this narrative that they were planning, right? That all Trump supporters are a bunch of crazy terrorists, basically domestic terrorists. So what they needed was mass violence. And
try to spark a powder keg.
The election pissed us off enough, right? The fact that the fraudulent election was certified, that pissed us off quite a bit. but not enough to cause mass chaos. So I think what they wanted to do was kill somebody, kill one of our own, a Trump supporter, and basically, like you said, light that powder keg, right? They thought maybe if they killed, and like I said, this is just a theory in my own head. There's nothing out there that says this. This is just something going on in my own brain. Like I said, I think that they wanted to kill her, or really anybody. She was just the unlucky one that they picked, in order to piss off the Patriots even more and cause a giant crazy day of chaos that they could then use to demonize half the country. So that's what I think they did it for. Obviously that failed. But now they're still trying to go on with this whole narrative about January 6th. And I think the reason is they can't just drop it, but I'm sure they're really wishing that we would have reacted a different way to her being shot that day. So that's just my thoughts on it. I mean, do you agree, Adel? I mean, what do you think? Do you think that there's some other reason that they killed her?
I never thought about it too deeply, honestly. I thought the whole thing was weird. What you just said makes perfect sense, though. Like, if this whole thing was a setup, if they were trying to get this to escalate to a certain point, to get their agenda across, to paint the narrative and picture that they wanted to paint, they definitely would have tried to set off the Patriots there and elicit a violent response. And the more you talk about it, I'm thinking of different articles I've read and seen in a few places about like the Capitol Police outside the building kind of flash bombing and smoking people out with no real reason. There's a lot of like unnecessary force in certain things that have been captured. So it makes you wonder, right? Like they let people in, they put some violent people at the front to rile people up, and then you have a shooting, you have Capitol Police acting a certain way. Yeah, it does kind of feel like they were trying to ignite a larger tragedy. They really wanted, I think what they wanted was Patriots to go in there and fuck up some policemen, like really rip the place apart, maybe beat a few people to death, a few people to get trampled on their way in and out of the building. I think that's what they were hoping for, honestly. They wanted a much bloodier scene. They didn't get it. But
yeah,
the entertaining part of that, Pixels, is they had to continue on with the charade as if they did get it, didn't they? Like for the next few weeks after the fact, you would have thought that the entire DC like mall had been turned into a freaking parking lot by the way they covered it. You would have really thought that like 20 senators were kidnapped and taken by domestic terrorists. You would have thought that there were a few dead congressmen that were bludgeoned to death. Like by the coverage of this thing, you would have thought that it was way worse. So I think that they I think you're right. I think they tried to set up a powder keg and then ignite a fuse. Unfortunately for them, the people that were there weren't there to destroy anything. Like most of us were there to maybe angrily chant a few things, maybe scream into the air a little bit, maybe be heard, just be with other patriots who are frustrated and fed up. Most of us, I would say close to all of us, went there with no other intention but to be peacefully and lawfully heard. And they didn't get what they wanted out of the situation. And I think the rest is history. You saw it with the impeachment hearings. It fell flat on its face.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still waiting to kind of hear, because I remember like you and I walked with Craig Mason to the Capitol, and we were like the first wave of people that came from Trump's speech, right? And when we got there, there were already people there trying to cause problems. And it was really strange because, the people there, they were there so early that many of them, there's no way that they could have been at the Trump speech unless they left like an hour early.
Yeah.
So I find that interesting that there were already people, and I wonder if they weren't really Trump supporters, right? If they were just Antifa plants there trying to cause problems before the Trump supporters ever even showed up, because we were a part of a group that left early to walk to the Capitol. And when we got there were already a lot of people there, which was really confusing. So that's another, angle of it that I'd like to see uncovered. I want to know why that was and stuff. But as far as January 6th, that's the two things that I really want to come out.
I think what happened there was President Trump was aware of what was going to happen, and he delayed his speech. You remember he when he first set up his for the speech, like they played that intro hype video, and then the whole thing just went dead. For like an hour. So it's almost like they set that off. That was like a cue for the bad actors to go do what they were going to do. And then President Trump just waited them out. So he'd still be halfway through his speech when most of the damage was done. I think that was a chess move. I think that he saw that was, they were told to show up at a certain time. These Antifa, Black Lives Matter types, these militant, I don't know who, like a lot of these people have no real allegiance to anyone. They're just agents of chaos that are for hire, like mercenaries for hire. But I think he knew like what time they were told to be there. He gave the cue like he was going to go live, and then didn't. For a full hour we all stood there with our hands in our pockets listening to the exact same playlist of music that we just listened to. So it was like all of the same songs over again, as if it was super weird. I don't know if it was you or somebody else, Pixels, I turned to after they played that video and went back to the music again. I don't know if it was you or Craig or somebody else that I was standing near. I said, something's up. Something went wrong. Something got shifted. Something changed.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was at the time, but looking back, I was absolutely right. Something happened there, or there was some kind of plan. Also, just real fast, I see something going on there in the live chat on D Live. Someone saying they were muted on my channel. Truth Pimp, if you're still out there listening, I just unmuted you. I don't know why you were muted. I missed any drama that happened over there, but you're unmuted now. You're all good. I don't know why. I looked at the logs. I saw who did it. We'll deal with that later, but thank you for letting me know. I see you, and I took care of it. I think Pinata was about to take care of it too. So all good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Speaking of live chat, real quick, we got a couple thank yous to say, actually. Puppycat01 is, as always, donating a diamond over on D Live, so we appreciate you. Skeeter20 out there donating ice cream, and it's good to see you, Skeeter. And Not a Globe followed, so thank you, Not a Globe, for following. And then Damn Batman donated a diamond over on D Live as well. So thank you guys all over on D Live. And Dale Bercier over on Foxhole gifted the can, so thank you very much for that. All right, what else do we want to get into today, man? I think real quick, while we're on the January 6th conversation, I think I do want to go ahead and mention this. Devin Nunes is getting involved here. He's calling for the name of the officer who shot Ashley Babbitt to be revealed, and a release of the 14,000 hours of security video from January 6th. Now, I wonder, we've already seen some of this, and from a lot of it, the so-called insurrection is anything but. It looks like a school like field trip. They're all like staying in the perfectly placed walking areas, and it looked like they were just touring the place, taking pictures, walking around leisurely. So I think the release of that security video is really something that's going to destroy the narrative that it was somehow a violent and crazy like insurrection of the Capitol, because from the security video it really just looks like a tour of the place. But yeah, I'm glad that he's calling for the release of the name. Now, I know some people out there don't believe that Ashley Babbitt's a real person, or don't even believe that she was killed, that it was some kind of false flag. I'm open to that idea, but I have to see a lot more evidence of it. There was that video where the guy broke it down and kind of made that case, but I'm not fully convinced by it. I want to see an actual, real, true, like criminal investigation into all of this, right? Unfortunately, we can't trust the FBI to investigate it. Obviously, we can't trust the DOJ to investigate it, and we probably can't even trust the DC police to investigate it. So, are we going to get any answers? I have no idea. Probably not. I mean, what do you think? What do you think, Adel?
No, I mean, not under this regime. I don't think we're going to get any answers to much of anything that matters until after we get over and basically make this current occupying regime irrelevant. Like I I think that the truth will come out about those pixels, but I think that comes after the election fraud's proven, after good people have some kind of control back in this country again. Right now, I don't want anything major to come out. Not while Merrick Garland's in charge of the Justice Department. I mean,
it's a good point because he'll just bury it, right? We'll never hear about it again.
Yeah, so I don't know. I really don't know what to make of it all. I will just say that it's there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and the fact that there's 14,000 hours of security footage that they're not releasing makes you wonder, what is it on those tapes that they don't want the public to see? You know, what is it that hurts the narrative? Because you know damn well that if on those tapes were anything that would paint Trump supporters or the protesters there that day in a negative light, it would be all over the TV. It would be all over the TV. So I'm very curious as to what are they so desperately trying to keep out of the public's, conversation there with that. And I have a feeling Devin Nunes knows what it is. You know, I think a lot of these guys know because they're there and they're probably privy to some things. So it's like, it's just interesting, right? It's just interesting to watch and see what they're going to come up with.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I don't know what else to say other than that. I think you hit the nail on the head there. All right, so you were mentioning this Antrim County attorney, DePerno.
Mm-hmm.
He released a report earlier today claiming that the counting voting machines were remotely logged into. And he suggests that should decertify the entire Antrim County election in Michigan. Since you already, it sounds like you kind of covered this earlier. What are your thoughts on this? And you know, what are some other details within this that you can mention?
Oh, basically it just shows that on 11/5 and 11/17 that the voting machines were accessed, the voting machines that were supposed to have no connection to the internet, they were accessed anonymously. And then when they were accessed, whoever accessed them was given a bumped up username, like a bumped up user level. So it's like they got in as a user anonymously, and I think someone on the other side then gave them like admin control of the system. So it seems like it's a two-sided thing. It's pretty messed up, to be completely honest, that this is all coming out. Whether or not that decertifies the whole thing, I don't really know, but it's very, very interesting nonetheless. I want to play this video too, because we'll get called conspiracy theorists, and the media and the Democrats are going crazy. Dominion's suing people for defamation. But watch this. This is something Homesteader brought forward today, and it's one of many videos like it. You can find a lot more than just these 3 clips, but here, check this out.
Oh, there's no audio.
Addle's a dummy.
Never fails. Never fails
at all. All right. There you go.
We recently I actually held a demonstration for my colleagues here at the Capitol, where we brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines. Those that are being used in many states, but are not state of the art from our perspective.
We're very concerned because there's only 3 companies. You could easily hack into them. It makes it seem like all these states are doing different things, but in fact, 3 companies are controlling that.
43% of American voters use voting machines that researchers have found have serious security flaws, including backdoors. These companies are accountable to no one. They won't answer basic questions about their cybersecurity practices, and the biggest companies won't answer any questions at all. 5 states have no paper trail, and that means there is no way to prove the numbers the voting machines put out are legitimate. So much for cybersecurity 101.
That's all Democrats. That's all Democrats. So I love that video because if there's anything, like, just think about how disingenuous the mainstream media has been about the voting machine thing, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
No, when they're concerned, right, that
Mhm.
voter fraud could potentially affect them in a way that they don't want it to, then they're all about investigating it and looking into it and making sure the election is quote unquote secure. But now that they're the victors because of rampant voter fraud, they don't want to talk about it. It just completely highlights their complete and total hypocrisy. He cute donated a diamond over on D Live and said, despite the buffering on my end, thanks lads. Well, appreciate you, he cute. And if any, I think I see a bunch of people saying they're getting buffering on D Live. So if that's happening to you, it looks like Foxhole is all good. Foxhole chatters, can you let us know if we're buffering at all over there? If we're not buffering on Foxhole, then that would be a good place to move on over to make sure you have a healthy stream of us. And real quick, East Bay Larry out there gifted a cookie, so thank you very much, East Bay Larry on Foxhole. And it looks like Blue Rinse also gifted a can. Neither of you had a special message, so I just want to say thank you to both of you. Adel,
those of you on D Live, get over to the Foxhole. Trade in your lemons for gold pills, guys. Seriously, I mean, look, we all appreciate wherever you guys support, watch, share links, donate. It's all awesome, and it is greatly appreciated. But if you want your donation to work twofold, instead of giving D Live 25% of your money, when they're likely going to shut us down, when they're likely going to demonetize us at some point, as soon as Media Matters comes forward, consider getting over on Foxhole. It's working a lot better lately, and it's getting better and better every day. We just launched gold pills over there. Instead of giving D Live that money, hook up a platform that's never going to silence anybody, that's never going to demonetize people, that's never going to limit people's creativity, their viewpoints, their ability to speak. So I just want to throw that out there. We appreciate it every which way you guys want to do it, and I'll never be ungrateful for lemons or donations through D Live or other platforms. But if you want every dollar of your donation to go towards this movement in some way, shape, or form, Foxhole is the only live streaming service with a super chat that is 100% behind the ability to speak and express yourself freely. It is unique in the market for that. There is no other live streaming service out there that offers you the ability to support and basically let a content creator set up home base without fear of being censored, silenced, or demonetized in any way, is the Foxhole. So I know I've been plugging it a lot. I know I talk about it a lot. I know I probably, I'm probably annoying the ever living piss out of a lot of you, but I don't care because it's so important. It's so important to go over there and start getting comfortable with that platform. And to those of you that have been using the gold pill system on all of the shows, all of you guys out there who have taken to it, moved over, migrated your habits to the Foxhole, thank you guys so much, because without the users, the app can't grow. And you guys have been absolutely amazing with it. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you guys. And that's my Foxhole plug for the 5x5 show today.
100%. Skeeter 20 donated a diamond and said lemon dump. So I'm assuming that means Skeeter 20 is deciding to release all his lemons and make his way over to the Foxhole. So that's super awesome. And I see a lot of you guys saying, Foxhole's laggy, or it buffers, or it stalls, or the resolution's not high enough. Those are all things that are being worked on. They just had an update recently. So look, Foxhole is a very, very young system. It has, just been set up in recent months. So, if you go to it now, it's probably going to be a lot more stable than it was the last time that you visited Foxhole. Don't assume that the Foxhole is the same way it was when you looked at it 2 months ago, because it's completely different now. Like Adel said, we now have a monetization system over there, And they updated the video player to play 720p. You can actually choose between 720 and 360p. So if you haven't checked out Foxhole in a while and you still have those conceptions in your mind that it's a really like unstable streaming platform and you're going to get lots of buffering or whatever on there, I would just encourage you to try it again, because they're updating it very frequently, and with every update it does get more stable. The quality increases, and you've got even more features over there in the live chat and so on and so forth. So check that, just if you didn't like it before a couple months ago, whatever, check it every couple of weeks and see how it's changed. And maybe it's up to a level where you think it's acceptable. But real quick, before we begin our regular show, before we continue with our regular show, there's a bunch of donations that just came through on Foxhole. So I want to say thank you guys. Short Bus Mooner, which is a fantastic username, gifted the can and said Foxhole is great. Thanks, guys. Well, thank you, Short Bus Mooner, for the donation and the smile that you just gave me with your fantastic username. BrainPod out there gifted a cookie and said, where we go one, we go all in the Foxhole. Awesome. Thank you, man. And Dale Bercier gifted shades and said, hail Foxhole. Awesome. Skeeter20 gifted a can. So it looks like, yes, he did complete his move over to the Foxhole. Thank you, Skeeter20. Much love to you, brother. And Tamger Rowell out there gifted a cookie and said, where we go one, we go all. Yes. Awesome. And all you guys donating lemons and ice creams over there on D Live and following and stuff. You guys are the bomb. Puppycat01, Rottweiler, Tweety52, Magadon, Dad77 following, Faithful Mom following. So guys, thank you very much. All right, Adel, let's go ahead and continue. It looks like Drunk Pinata actually stopped into the Zoom chat here and posted a few Twitter links, and it looks like there's some video in there from the so-called insurrection. So Adel, do you want to pull those up and let's take a look? I think the first one's really interesting. It kind of looks, or no, the second link, I think it was. It kind of looks like Antifa. Because I don't think Trump supporters just wear like all black like Antifa does.
This one or the other one?
That one right there. I mean, look at it. It looks like Antifa.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see here. Let me maximize this. My laptop has been really shitty lately. I need to do something about this. There we go.
I want you to pay attention to the first group of assailants as they break into the building. The second man through the window is wearing full tactical body armor and is carrying a baseball bat.
That's interesting. I mean, that's definitely not like a typical Trump supporter. Those people were there to fuck shit up from the beginning. That's what's so funny too, is like President Trump in his speech, incited this. It's like, oh yeah, did they hear the speech, then decide to go home and put on their body armor and then come back? I mean, these people were armed to the teeth, ready to roll from the beginning. Here's another angle from outside there. Like, where do you get a riot shield anyway?
Right. Did one of the police officers just hand them a riot shield? Like, here you go. Go cause some chaos with this. Like, really?
It's so weird. Hold on, let's keep it going here. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, it's silly. Completely silly.
Weird. Very weird. Real quick. We're getting a lot of support over on Foxhole. Methods is in the house, and I appreciate you. And hopefully, just now, or was that just my screen?
You were going a little wonky there for a second. I don't know if that was my internet or yours that messed up.
Yeah, it was mine. It told me my internet was. It's been really wacky. Like lately, I actually lost connection with like just my cell phone data and the 4G here that runs at the house. So I'm thinking the tower is actually having some issues. So if I'm roboting and stuff, I'm sorry guys, it's way outside my control. But like I said before, we're getting cable here soon. As soon as those guys get out here and finish the job, it's that's what's frustrating. It's so close to being done, and they just like took off and they haven't been back since. I don't know when they're going to come back and finish it, but
all in good
anyways,
time, all in good time.
Yeah, all in good time. But anyways, Methods gifted a phone and said, thanks for supporting Foxhole, guys. Well, thank you, Methods. We appreciate you. And thank you for all the work that you've been doing behind the scenes to work on that with the PILB folks. So appreciate you. Ast Ball out there gifted a can and says, thanks, Pixels and Adel. Well, thank you. We appreciate you. So
yes.
Adel, where do we want to go next? I think we just kind of finished up our conversation about the Capitol and what happened there. I think, let's see, let's go to the audit in Arizona. So the audit in Arizona, I'm hearing, is pretty much complete, right? They were at about 80% complete the other day with the hand counting, and then they have a kind of a phase of doing like forensic stuff.
Yeah, there's some misinformation going around there. They're 80% done with the hand count. They said that the paper scanning and the paper testing is going to go clear through the end of June. And then you're going to have several weeks beyond that where they're going to be authoring a report. Now, that I don't even know about like recanvassing. And, you know, I heard that part of this might be, and I don't know if this is still happening, them going door to door and getting affidavits from people saying like, hey, we got a mail-in vote from this address. Did you send it? If not, are you willing to sign a sworn affidavit saying that you did not send in this ballot? So I think that's a really big part of this too. So I don't know where this all starts and ends in Arizona, and what exactly to expect as far as an output from all of this. But we got some time. I wouldn't expect much until probably late July, maybe even early August. I would be surprised if we heard anything final that quickly. That's just where I'm at right now with it, based on what I've heard, but I could be wrong. They might come out and give us like a progress report that's stunning, but I don't see that happening until they get all their ducks in a row. You know what I mean? Like, why?
Yeah.
Unless you wanted to do like the drip, like the James O'Keefe, Andrew Breitbart style of release. Like, you start by saying, well, you know, we're not done with this part yet, but we found 15,000 dead people that voted, you know, so you get the media kind of flipping out over that. And then it's like, okay, well, now that you've kind of run your mouth on that, we also found, you know, 30,000 signatures that didn't match. Okay. And they lose their mind about that. Oh, we also found 50,000 more ballots without chain of custody at all. Oh shit, they start losing their mind. Here's these ones that the hand count didn't match what the machine said. You know, we have a 20% I mean, just let them continue losing their mind, and you knock it all off with, yeah, we found 2 million ballots that were printed in China. So I mean, maybe they'll do
I don't know. Would that step-by-step process be the best way to go about it? Or do you think, I mean, what do you think the media will be able to do with it if they kept it all locked up, right? Until they're 100% complete, and then just dump it all on them at once. I feel like the media might have a harder time propagandizing all of that and trying to counter those facts if they dump them all on them at once, right? It's giving them like a whole load of stuff to try, and because you know what they're going to do is try to delegitimize it, right? So if we give them a huge pile of shit to deal with and try to delegitimize all at once, they might have a harder time with that. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I think I disagree fundamentally, because if you dump it all at once, there's a few things that work against you there. You throw all of your strength into one punch. If that punch doesn't land completely clean, or if they slip it, that's it. You're punched out. You're out of ammunition. You're out of energy. You're not ever going to be able to take a shot like you just did. So you put a lot of eggs into one basket that way, which I'm not crazy about that idea. You don't. I don't think it's also a good strategy, because you have you have people's limited attention spans working against you too. Like if I put out a report that covers all of that stuff at once, most people are going to then depend on Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson or whoever to tell them what's most important about that information. And a lot of times those guys will give you all the outrage you're looking for without any of like the true context or most important information. They'll conveniently leave out the hardest hitting stuff, and you'll never get that level of interest in it again as you did that one day, right? So you give the media an opportunity to dodge it all in one fell swoop, and you work against, I think, what is a population with a very limited attention span to go through a large amount of information all at once. So I think you'd want to break it down into stages. I think you want to put the Democrats on defense. You want to get them to have to defend each segment of this report one at a time. I think you want to make them, throw, because they won't know what's coming next, right? Like, so you don't know where they're going to step on their own dick on this one. So it's like you throw out dead people, and who knows like what they'll say in defense of that, but they could very possibly end up saying something that you can then contradict with the next piece of evidence, right? That's what works so well with the Acorn investigation with James O'Keefe. They started with just one office. Instead of dumping every video they had, they let the media react. So the media said, oh, this is just an isolated instance. So James O'Keefe could respond with a video of a different office. Oh, well, this is just a regional problem. Oh, okay. Well, I showed you New York and Baltimore. Let me drop one over here in San Diego. Okay. So now what? Okay. So you let them drop the lies one at a time and deal with what you have one piece at a time. And then you have all this ammunition behind you to contradict and continue to push out. And instead of them having to deal with it for a week, where it's like, oh my God, like that's the big story for a week and then it's gone. You can make them deal with this for a month, 2 months, an entire election season. You can continue dripping this out there and forcing them to stay on the defensive for a long time. So strategically, I think it's much better to drip it out. However, the fact that they're telling us there's going to be weeks and then a report leads me to believe they're probably going to just drop something all at once. The key is going to be, will other state legislatures dig through that thing and use all the political capital built inside of it to hold their own audits too, right? Like, are we going to get what we need out of that report? But I really, really, really hope, that they drip it out and continue to, again, force the mainstream to be on their heels.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. After hearing you speak on that for a while there, I think I agree with you. I'm glad that I ask these questions sometimes, because I'll start with like an opinion about something that I think I'm strong on, right? Mm-hmm. And then like I'll hear you speak on it for a few minutes and I'll be like, okay, yeah, Edel's right. That's kind of what happened just now. So thanks for that.
But yeah, it's an understandable like initial thought process. Is like, you have this nuke, like why divide it out into 50 different Stinger missiles? Like just obliterate the motherfuckers, right? Like I could totally.
Well, I mean, what if they did both, right? What if they did the buildup thing that you're talking about, and then once it's all out there, like drop it all with one big report? I feel like that would probably be the best scenario, because then
I think so too. I think there's got to be a level of teasing, right?
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. Stevis66 over on Foxhole gifted a cookie. So hey, thank you, Stevis. Appreciate you.
I think what they should do, Pixel, sorry, just to go back to it, is they should prepare a report on the canvassing. We drop the report on the door-to-door part. Drop a report on like the voter registration, dead people, out-of-state people, like that section. Then drop a report on the forensic scans. Drop a report on the hand count versus machine count. Make those all separate reports and then drop them 1 week at a time, or every 3 days you drop a new report. That's what I would do. I would give them the reports, but I would break them out into segments and drop them over time so that people have the time to digest them and to keep control of the narrative. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that's perfect. I think I totally agree with you there. Guys, I'm seeing more comments that I'm roboting, so I'm just going to do this. I'm going to turn my video off Hopefully that'll save some bandwidth and my voice will come through a little bit clearer. I'm sorry if I'm roboting to the point where you can't understand me. Like I said, it's outside my control. I wish I could do something about it, but it's just, it is the way it is. And you guys have been, despite my ridiculous roboting, you guys have been really amazing out there with the support today. Just Mojo donated an ice cream, and PuppyCat01 donated an ice cream as well over on DLive. So thank you guys very much. All right, so Adel, we've already discussed the Capitol today. We've discussed the audit. We've discussed Ashley Babbitt. Let's go ahead and go over to COVID-19 and Fauci. Now, last week, we were kind of reporting on some of the stuff that was coming out about Fauci, namely his emails that showed that he's basically a freaking complete liar, right? A corrupt
criminal,
just
murderer. Criminal,
right? He lied to the entire country, saying one thing in private, right? And then saying something different publicly. Now it's coming out that House Republicans, this is from Just the News, the headline is House Republicans demand Facebook turn over communications with Fauci regarding COVID-19. Now, and answer me this. Why the hell is the head of a social media company speaking to Anthony Fauci about COVID-19? Why does that conversation even exist? It kind of makes it seem like Facebook is some sort of like shadow agency of our government, doesn't it? Like when they're working together at that level, I really don't like to see that. It freaks me the hell out. I mean, what are your thoughts, Adel?
They're more of a shadow agency for the left. It's not like even for the whole government. It's like they're their own government, their own nation, really. If you think about Facebook, they're the biggest nation, one of the biggest nations on earth. Facebook has more power than any one country. Mark Zuckerberg has more power than any world leader. Same with Jack Dorsey, same with Sundar Pichai. It's all kind of a similar problem. All of these people basically act as their own countries. They have their own laws, and they've managed to take control and infiltrate, invade, conquer public conversation and the flow of information, at least through the establishment. So it is terrifying, when you have Facebook, reaching out to Dr. Fauci and saying, hey, we have some ideas as to how to promote your viewpoints on the virus and suppress counter narratives. That is terrifying, because I can't vote out Mark Zuckerberg. I have no ability to vote out the content moderators of Twitter or of Facebook.
Completely unaccountable.
Yeah, they're completely unaccountable to anybody, and they allow their political ideology to dictate what's okay and not okay to say. They allow those who pull the strings of power to kind of put their thumb on the scale of the conversation, and it's something that needs to be dealt with. Now there's different ideas of how we do it. I think some people want to see the federal government, especially when President Trump was in office, they wanted to see them come down, and I was one of those people for a long time. Wanted to see them come down and regulate these companies and enforce Section 230, and I think that's all important to do. But I think even more importantly, our energy needs to be spent on building our own stuff outside of these things, and allow them to implode and be ready to catch the fallout when it does happen. So I think in time you will have more governments around the world start to ban these. I mean, we've already seen it with Twitter in Nigeria and India. India raided Twitter's offices. You have Nigeria banning Twitter altogether for violating people's right to speak freely. And I think you'll see that more and more throughout the world over time. I do think these companies will be put in their place. I don't know what when or how that's going to happen. I think largely you're going to have to see other platforms come up and give them competition before they change their ways.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Let's just show this real quick. And I'm going to turn my video back on. A lot of people are saying I'm not roboting. I'm Foxhole. I don't know why I'd be roboting on DLive, but not on Foxhole. Maybe DLive is having some issues today. It's just hilarious. This is screw it. Okay, so this is how Fauci defends himself after all this stuff coming out, right? He says personal attacks against me are attacks on science. So apparently, in Fauci's mind, Fauci is science, right? He is the end all be all of all science, and if you disagree with him, then you're attacking science.
It's
I got Fauci. Seriously, just shut the hell up.
Science is there. You know, they talk about a one world government, a one world currency. Well, you know what science is, right? Pixels.
Well, it's the new religion of the left, right? That's kind of how I see it.
It is the new world religion, and the priests wear lab coats. They are the priest class, right? Fauci considers himself to be a high priest of the religion of science. I know that sounds silly, but that's exactly what we're dealing with here. Is you have Dr. Fauci definitely sees himself as like the high priest of science. It's pretty interesting, man, how science has taken such a dogmatic turn, you know, rather than it being about exploration and getting the best information possible, and all of that, you know, being open to exploring new ideas and discoveries. They've turned it into a how can we manipulate and angle the information correctly to convince the public to behave a certain way? How can we weaponize, manipulate, or you know, exploit information, keep it out of context to get an agenda across? Or how can I, in academia, protect my career's work? You see this in a lot of like history, like Egyptology is a big one, where it's like we have this theory on how everything was built, made, when it happened, why it was built, what it was made for, and then we build an academic career off of that. And then as any other information that comes in that might break that paradigm or contradict it or give us a beautiful new understanding of our history, that gets attacked. You get, you know, if you're a faculty at a college that goes down one of those paths, you want to write your thesis on that, your career will be destroyed. Science is the same way. There is a very political, dogmatic, almost religious church of science, and they don't like it when you speak out against their scripture, if you will. It's pretty ugly, man. It's no longer about the scientific process, or again, like just exploration of reality and what it means to be on this realm. It's about control. It's about limiting viewpoints, limiting research, limiting discovery, and I don't know how much longer they can keep it up. I really don't. I think the top is about to be blown off all of this bullshit.
I agree. It's just getting more and more ridiculous every day. And anybody out there who, and like I say, I repeatedly say, anybody out there who is honest with themselves and is paying attention has to realize that all of these people are completely full of shit, right? The only way you can still go along with this bullshit is if you don't really pay attention and you're not willing to be honest with yourself because you hate Trump. That's basically it.
Yep.
That's basically it.
Did you see Frank's show last night?
You know what? I did not get to see his show last night. I wish I could have, but you're like, what happened?
He had Dr. Sherry Tenpenny on, who's like one of the forefront authorities on vaccines, as far as like the anti-vaxxer side goes. And she was awesome. She really broke down what this vaccine is, how it works, what science is being ignored, how it's, you know, how it could potentially hurt people. It's really terrifying if you have friends or family who got the vaccine. It will raise your anxiety levels a little bit, but the information is solid and it's just an awesome interview. I highly recommend it if you guys haven't seen it. Awesome.
Real quick, I got a few thank yous to say over on Foxhole. And I am running with my video off because people were saying, yeah, I was massively roboting. So sorry about that, guys. But Dale Bercier gifted shades again and says, show this Patriot some love, y'all. So appreciate you. And Scorp Brat 05 gifted a can saying bumping up to 2K. So guys, thank you very much for the support today. You've been amazing. And Ben Pilled 78, I just saw this, said best show ever. Really, I mean, for you to say that, if you're serious that this is the best show ever, that means a lot to us, man, because there's a lot of shows in this movement. There's a lot of people that do some amazing jobs reporting news and digging through everything and keeping you guys informed. So for you to say best show ever, that is just I'm gonna carry that. I'm gonna carry that to the end, man. Appreciate you. So yeah, let's talk about real quick the hydroxychloroquine thing, right? So it's come out recently that a study confirmed, right, that yes, hydroxychloroquine and the azithromycin or whatever the hell it's called. I'm horrible with these names, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it came out that yes, it was super effective at treating COVID, and they shut it down. They blocked it. They actually threatened doctors, saying, you know, if you prescribe this to people for COVID, you will lose your license to practice medicine. So it's unbelievable what they did. As azithromycin, Drunk Pinata says. Thank you for that. Azithromycin. That's still sounds like a dinosaur or some shit. Mm-hmm. Anyways, no, it's just unbelievable. You know, like, why would they want to stop an effective treatment of COVID? The only thing I can think of is they didn't want the COVID thing to go away. They needed it, right? They wanted it to continue. They wanted it to get as bad as it could get, and that's why they blocked the Z-Pack and the hydroxychloroquine from being used, and that's also why a handful of crooked ass criminal evil freaking governors in this country decided to pack a bunch of COVID positive people into nursing homes to murder thousands of elderly people to pump up the numbers.
100%.
So it's just these people, this just shows you how evil they are. They are willing to kill thousands of people and prevent the treatment of hundreds of thousands of people in order to make this all worse, in order to then use it to steal the election, right? To ignore election law.
And it goes beyond just like the people that were directly hurt by being denied the medication, Pixels. We shut down an entire world economy for this bullshit. How many businesses are no longer in business today because of it? How many kids, people in general, have killed themselves because of depression, because of not being able to socialize, because of being stuck by themselves in solidarity in their houses for a year? How many weddings, funerals, graduation parties, you name it, just the basic human interactions that we've all grown so accustomed to, the events we've gotten so used to sharing with each other. How many Christmases, Thanksgiving, and Easters were destroyed? How much of our basic society has been traumatized? How many kids are going to grow up socially awkward because they had a year of not being able to see facial expressions? How many newborns, you know, of all the people holding them or whatever, only know a masked face? We have no idea, even to this day, at this point, we have no idea what the long-term pain of what this denial of hydroxychloroquine has done. I mean, we just vaccinated 2/3 of the population, according to their numbers, if it's true, with an experimental gene therapy.
I don't believe that number for a second.
I don't believe it either. But let's take it at face value, right? Let's just say they did. That's 200 million people that now are going to have, I think, serious health concerns for the rest of their lives because of this. When a simple generic malaria drug could have safely and invasively and cheaply, conveniently either prevented or treated early or even later stages of this virus and lowered the mortality rate and kept us all in business, kept us all going on with our daily lives the way that they should have been from the start. It is absolutely disgusting. You're right. And Fauci and everyone involved, media, all the media, Neil Cavuto, this will kill you. That dude needs to be in jail just as bad as Fauci. Everyone that participated in this jihad against something that they either didn't understand or were actively trying to cover up in the name of big pharma profits and control over your health, essentially, they all need to be prosecuted. And if they are guilty, of doing this, and we're all innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying anyone is 100% or not, because that's not for me to decide. But if a court of law or whoever does go through this evidence and a jury of their own peers decides that these people are guilty of doing what I'm saying they're guilty of doing, there is almost no punishment that would be too cruel for these people. Almost none. I'm not going to say none, because you could do some fucked up things to people, but there's almost no punishment that I would consider to be too cruel for these people. The amount of pain and anguish, financial strife that they have caused in the name of big pharma profits and stealing an election is absolutely, absolutely atrocious. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about it, man. It is terrible.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Some people need the book thrown at them over this. Absolutely. Real quick, even more thank yous to say. You guys over on Foxhole are unbelievably supportive of this channel, so we appreciate you. Hangover Gang Anon gifted a cookie. Thank you, Hangover Gang Anon. And I'm sure that you checked out the new Tom MacDonald song. He hit literally #1 on the Billboard in less than 24 hours with that song that was released. So absolute banger. Let's see who else donated. Deborah Erdman over there gifted a cookie and said Last Man Standing, the Russell J. Gould story. CK Whitehorse 180 gifted a can and says much love, always a great show, especially when you two have your healthy debates. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. We've only had one little mini debate today that we've been more in agreement lately, but I'm sure more debates are coming, and we both love doing that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Dale Bercier gifted a can, said another treatment is bendisonide, main ingredient in asthma med. Interesting. I'll have to look that up, but thank you for the can. And let's see. Yes, the song is called Snowflakes. So I think that's it for the donations over on Foxhole, unless when I pause, a bunch of them are going to come in now. I'm not sure, but guys, thank you very, very much. Couple more things to hit today. Let's see here. Texas hospital suspends more than 170 workers over vaccine refusals. So I'm looking forward to the lawsuit that happens because of this, right? Because I'm sure that they're probably going to file a lawsuit over this. I don't think any health or any company or any employer whatsoever has the right to require someone to get injected with experimental drugs to keep their job. I feel like that's a little bit, I don't know, might be against OSHA law, or it might be against I'm forgetting the name of the medical privacy laws. Can you help me out here, Adel?
HIPAA.
Thank you. I'm sure that according to HIPAA, this is probably illegal. So yeah, class action lawsuit. I'd love to see it. Hopefully these Texas hospital workers go ahead and slap a big lawsuit on them and end this shenanigan nationwide, or at least in the state of Texas. I'd love to see this go up to the Supreme Court, so this entire thing can get squashed, nipped in the bud, before it becomes a gigantic problem for a lot of people who just don't want to be injected with an experimental drug that happens to be killing people. All right, so other than that, we've got one more. This freaking has-been ass clown thinks that people are going to get vaccinated so they can show up and listen to his shitty dad rock band, the Foo Fighters. And I've always, honestly, I'm going to talk shit about the Foo Fighters here. What kind of name for a band is the Foo Fighters, okay? You sound like a band that plays at a fucking Chuck E. Cheese, right? It sounds childish and moronic. And not only this, but this guy is such a has-been. Who the hell is he?
I want to know where he was when Kurt Cobain died. That's all I want to know is where was David Grohl when Kurt Cobain died? I want an alibi, damn it. I want an alibi.
This guy is just such a loser. I hope that there's like 10 triple masked people in the crowd, and that's all he gets for his shitty show. Just piss off, David Grohl. Seriously. Yeah. Here, I'll do something for you. Hold on. You're a moron. You're a moron and a has-been. Nobody cares about you anymore. Piss off. All right. There it is. Hopefully that came through all right for everybody. So that's basically it. I had to bitch about this freaking idiot for a while. Sure, just play for your brainwashed vaccinated fans. I'm pretty sure only, I don't know. I don't want to insult anybody out there who likes the Foo Fighters, but seriously, just shut the hell up, David Grohl. Nobody cares about you. And that's it. That's my rant. So anything to say, Adel? I feel like you could probably top me there, but
no, I made my joke. My Kurt Cobain joke. He was, for those of you that didn't get it, David Grohl was the drummer in Nirvana. And then Kurt Cobain died and he started the Foo Fighters. So the joke is where was David Grohl when Kurt Cobain killed himself? Seemed to have a lot to gain. I want an alibi. But I'm just joking though. It's just 100% a joke. I know I'm going to get like an email or something like, it's ridiculous, man. It's disrespectful to Kurt Cobain. I'm kidding. I know a lot. There's a lot of huge Nirvana fans out there. I like Nirvana too. I think Nirvana is pretty badass, but it's just a joke. So please
very good. All right. Well, we're pretty much at the end of the show here. We're 3 minutes past the top of the hour. Real quick, I got a couple thank yous to say. If I can manage to not burp in the middle of a sentence. Plant Patriot out there gifted a can and said, "Damn it, I'm late for seasoned pickles." Well, hopefully you can make it on time next week, and you can always watch the replay. We've had a really well-rounded, full of news show today, and we haven't had one like this in a while, Adel. So I really enjoyed myself today. Dale Bercier gifted a can again. Dale, you've been amazing today, man. You've just been absolutely killing it on Foxhole with the donations. So thank you so much. He says, "I've red pilled many with the Rona hoax. Never give up." 100%, man. Appreciate you. So guys, I mean, that's basically it for the new guard today. I'm looking forward to the next one, Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, same channel every week. So let's see. I was going to do some streams like gaming the next couple nights, and I did do one the other night, but since my internet seems to be really shoddy, I don't know if I should run my own stream tonight. So I might just have to wait until we've got the cable internet here. And then when that happens, you guys are going to be seeing a lot of me. Let me tell you, I cannot wait to go like crazy, like mega stream mode and just freaking, what I want to do is stream all the time, quit my shitty job, and just do this all the time for you guys. And if you guys like me enough, I'm sure that that's going to be a possibility. So Dale Bercier gifted another can and said, "One for the road." Appreciate you. Much love, guys. So Adel, when are you live next? Do you have anything to announce? Do you have anything to let the live chatters know?
Yeah, a couple things. So tomorrow obviously is Taking It Back. We got Quite Frankly and Brendan Dilley hanging out with me from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern time. If you guys haven't seen that show yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. It is not because of me, but because of those two, one of the absolute best hours on going right now online. So definitely come hang out with us tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Also, we have a new show we're going to be doing on We the People Insider, featuring Tian Homesteader and our new friend Callie Homesteader. Both have a tremendous amount of experience prepping and homesteading, and have just a wealth of knowledge about how to be more self-sufficient, how to break away from a lot of these systems of control that have been built around us. So at 8:30 after this show on Wednesdays, so from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, we will be doing the homesteading show, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So that's going to be mostly those guys, carrying it. I'll be there asking questions and just more of a facilitator and a host. But I'm really looking forward to doing that as well. Also, I see Glenn M's out there saying Diddy Style 93 said baby born, mom and daughter doing fine. That's amazing news. We'll definitely be celebrating that on the channel, probably after taking it back when I'm reading super chats and whatnot. I'll be giving Diddy Style a shout out. So Diddy, if you're out there listening, man, I'm sure you're not, because you just welcomed a new member to the family. Congratulations. I'm really happy to hear everyone's healthy and happy and doing well. That's it for me. Man. I'm about to get up out of here and fade into this Wednesday night live chat. You guys are beautiful. Thank you guys for everything you do for me, for the Foxhole, for all of these other channels. And we'll be back at it tomorrow with Taking It Back. Pixels, it's all yours, man.
Very good. Well, guys, you've been amazing today. I want to do a quick thing for all of you out there who've supported us today. Seriously, you guys are all amazing. We love you. And we love doing this show every week, Wednesday, 6 p.m. The New Guard here on 5x5. Real quick, I want to make a comment about Foxhole. Someone over on Foxhole was saying that their stream has been a lot better on Foxhole today. So for all of you, like I said, for all of you out there who tried Foxhole before and didn't find it to be stable enough for you, try it out again. Make sure you've got the newest version. You'll have to, I think what you do if you're running Foxhole, the desktop app, is you have to go into Chrome and clear your web browser's cache. If you're using a different browser, I think what you can do is make sure you're on the Foxhole website and then just refresh the screen or refresh the page by hitting F5, and that will clear the cache for that page at the same time. I think so. So try that out. If you're running like an old version of Foxhole, it just hasn't updated for you. That means you have to clear your cache, and then when the next time you load that web page, it's going to load the newest version. So, guys, much love. We love you once again. It's been amazing today, and we can't wait to do this again next week. Adel, thanks for hanging out with me every week, man. And we'll have to, I forgot to get back to you on the plans for our next hangout session this summer. So I'll have to get back to you on that. Text me and remind me tonight.
Yeah, definitely do that, man, because we're trying to figure out our calendar here for the rest of the summer. So definitely let me know. Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, much love. Thank you all for your support today and your viewership and just being amazing. And we will see you again soon. Much love.
Bye, everybody.